Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to another day of MODUS Sports Icons of Darts Live League. I'm Paul Nicholson. I'm going to be guiding you through today's festivities. And we're going to start today with Jason Askew against this man, Mark Webster. Starts the day perfectly with a bullseye.
25.
And he will throw first in this game. Of course, we are now in phase 3, the third month of playing these league formats, and as you may know, we have graduated from best of 7 in phase 2 back to best of 9. So will that favour these guys a little bit more, having a bit of extra breathing space? We're about to find out. We'll talk about
81.
What these players did a couple of days ago when they last played, and to see if any patterns start to occur.
180.
But one thing we do know about Mark Webster right now is that he is on the up. He is a lot more confident at this point than he was a couple of months ago,
43.
where he was struggling for form, but he has used these games to rebuild
100.
some confidence, and he is looking a lot more purposeful now, maybe more so than he has in the last couple of years.
180.
Jason finds his first maximum of Thursday. Mark is looking to set up
47.
double top, and he does. Jason, of course, today is looking to go for his second
59.
daily title of the week. Webster on double 10. Somewhat predictable at the minute, as he seems to be not only finding his range on that treble 20 and the treble 19s, but Mark seems to be leaving
41.
tops and 10s a lot more often, and he's always been very strong in those departments. But Askew was
137.
the strongest player from Tuesday, racking up 8 points from a possible 10. And his final 2 points of the day came against Mark Webster
180.
in a 5-4 victory. So, that being such a close match, is that a guide for what this
82.
game could turn out to be? Well, of course, it's a very different time of day. When they played each other on Tuesday, it was at about 4:30 in the afternoon. This is 6 hours earlier. You may think that doesn't matter, but to some players it does.
58.
If you're a believer in patterns, of course, then you could get a different winner today,
140.
because all week this week it's been 3 days of darts and 3 different league winners. So who will be the one having a very sweet tasting dinner
97.
tonight, knowing that they were the best? Jason on a ton. Now has tops.
Game through.
That's a really lovely fix. After hitting that treble 1, he didn't hesitate to get that 57 in tops to draw level at 1-all.
99.
Martin Adams is having a day off today, of course, but he will return tomorrow.
100.
Today is Wolfie's birthday, so feel free to get yourself on social media and wish him the very best. And especially after yesterday's perfect leg against James Hubbard, which was the second that we've seen in the 2 and a bit months we've been playing on the Modus Live League.
140.
But Askew seems to be warming up a little bit now. And Webster might have to
134.
rely on a lot of those 57s, which came in very, very handy for a daily win last week.
140.
Askew makes it look easy when he's in this sort of form.
57.
And he has got the darts away from Mark in the third leg. He could take this leg in 12. Just check his position.
96.
Because with Mark on 154, he had to go 11 and bull. I'm astounded that Mark didn't go for 2 57s and tops, considering how accurate he's been on that segment in the last week or so. Jason for the break then.
17.
Has missed his opportunity. Got to make sure the single 20 here. Now back to the middle of the hockey for the bull.
41.
Maybe just a little bit out of rhythm there.
Damn.
And Askew returns to get that break. The averages have come down somewhat in the last leg and a bit, but when you're settled into the game
40.
and playing pretty well, you don't really look at your stats. That is a piece of advice I would give to any young player who's just
97.
starting to play competitively. Don't worry about averages or statistics, just play the game.
57.
This time Mark was unable to hit that green bit in the 19 segment.
81.
And this one is just getting into that period of the game where you could have the momentum shifts. And Mark is desperately trying to get back into this one and not allow Jason any breathing room.
81.
But he has a little bit now, courtesy of that last dart.
140.
But Mark somewhat equalises in this leg, but still Askew looking at the second 51, the double top. He's
So
done a fabulous
82.
approach job. One 147 is possible. Interesting route. Going 57 for double 15.
80.
Small chances have been missed by Mark. Askew has to go to the right of tops.
20.
You can understand the problem he had there because half the bed was covered by that first single. Tops is open for business for Webster for 2-2. And that is a really nice rescue job. He did have to get a little bit fortunate with misses from Jason, but you still have to hit that out the ring. On Tuesday, Mark finished with 4 points.
44.
So he'll be looking to go better than that today to potentially get the top spot. He will be joined by the likes of Scott Mitchell, Boris Koltzoff, Andy Jenkins, and young Keelan K as well today.
40.
Webster will want to go into the next game as a winner, because he will stay on the board for match 2, and that will be against Scott Mitchell, who I'm reliably informed has had a bit of a haircut. So
43.
be interesting to see what kind of haircut he's had.
On 40.
Out of the two players, Jason has definitely been more consistent on the treble 20. He's been a lot straighter than Mark has.
84.
But we are seeing a lot of good fighting qualities from Webby. Too many times in this match he's had to rely on
139.
mistakes from the Surrey man. And he knows that if he doesn't book his ideas up in the scoring and
40.
continues to leave Jason with the advantage of throw, then things may get a bit sticky. It's double 16.
Game me 3.
And Askew takes it in 15 darts to take the 3-2 lead.
On 40.
It is a little bit cooler today in the United Kingdom, so it'll be a bit easier for these guys to play in rather small rooms. The last few days have been rather hot and humid, which has made things
78.
a little bit difficult to handle, but if anything, dart players are very adaptable.
56.
60.
If Askew has missed that 60, it has been a little bit high, which is a good miss for him, because he can
56.
glance the darts downwards with that upright angle of entry. But that is exactly what he's looking for.
85.
Leaves himself on a very famous number of 138.
81.
With Mark leaving 168, he's gone for the 19s route. Another 57 would have left
106.
double 12. But he's utilised the option of the extra visit.
96.
And now it's that visit that can see him 4-2 up.
24.
And now Webster gets another chance after an Askew miss. Last time he didn't miss.
32.
This time it's narrowly missed on tops, and Askew returns.
Come on, Jays. 0. Let's go.
See that all three darts were tightly knitted together, but every single one of them was a centimetre too high. Webster on 10s.
20.
Not taking advantage. And Askew will not believe that he still has double 4 to be 4-2 ahead.
Give me one.
He has got it this time. You could hear from Jason Askew there that even though he got that leg and the 4-2 lead, that he was a little bit downtrodden, that he didn't get rid of that leg a lot sooner.
96.
They maybe are the kind of mistakes that separate you from winning against the likes of Scott Mitchell or potentially Andy Jenkins
95.
or Boris Koltzoff. He still has 3 opportunities to win against Webster. It now depends on the fight back from the Welshman.
100.
Mark was saying off the air that he had a little conversation with Johnny Clayton in the last day or two. Johnny, who's recently moved to a new house and apparently has got himself
96.
a very nice garden. If Johnny is tuning in, hello to you, the Ferret, one of our favourite Welsh dart players.
99.
60.
Well, Mark has done a great job in this leg of getting first to a double.
50.
Interesting route there for Mark to lead double 18, because sometimes he shies away from that option. But maybe he just fancied a little
57.
change in territory. And now he has to get double 9.
Okay,
And he does get double 9. I always thought that double 9 was better for left-handers because they don't have to go across their eye line. It's a bit like double 4
42.
for right-handers. It's just a nice position on the board, especially with the way Mark's darts stand up like Jason's do. If you miss on the outside, it'll be a very good guide. There's Webster chipping away at Askew.
83.
And as Jason's scoring starts to dwindle a little bit,
45. 43.
Webster does have the chance to stretch his legs and take this to a 9th leg, but is unable to
180.
stretch those legs, and here comes Jason. All of a sudden, that maximum has changed this leg.
140.
$97.
He leaves the ice cream shot of 99. Is he going to put a flake in it?
140.
Or in his case, a W. One match start at double 16 then.
83.
Ever so slightly pushed, which gives Webster one more shot to stay in it, and now it's got even more difficult. He needs treble
Just
14.
criminal, man. Jesus.
He's not getting a shot at double from 78. I know how he feels. I've been there this week.
Give me one.
And Askew needs one more chance to get the match in the bank, and it is 2 points for him to start his day. He beat Webster on Tuesday. He beats him today. Webster now has to rebound immediately as he stays on against Scott Mitchell in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, brought to you by MODUS Sports and Low 6 Bet. If you are having a bet today on any of the games, please remember to gamble responsibly. Mark Webster stays on the board for match 2 after his 5-3 defeat to Jason Askew in the first match, and now has to come straight back against the former England captain Scott Mitchell. But it will be Mitchell to start this one off after winning the bullseye. I was told that he had a haircut to show off today, and it doesn't look that different. He might have somebody in the household who's got a few skills with the scissors.
1, 2, 3.
Who's going to have the skills with the very small spears in this match here? It was Mitchell on Tuesday when he got a 5-1 victory against Mark.
1, 3, 7.
And when Webster got his daily title last week, it was Scott Mitchell that he pipped at the post. Mitchell posted the number, and then it was Webster who got over the line just in front in what was a fabulously entertaining day, which I was privileged to call in for you guys.
42.
Where Webster finished the day with a 164 checkout against Andy Jenkins. Just goes to show that Webster has still got that class. Sometimes you need reminding of it now and again. It's all well and good somebody saying that you have it, but you have to prove it to yourself.
43.
He knows with this format as it is now, with only 6 players instead of 7 per day and 1 less match, that losing your first game is even worse news. You've got less chance to recover.
83.
So he's under the cosh a little bit here, with Askew taking the first 2 points of the day.
Game in 3.
And Mitchell has got himself the first leg of this one on throw, 18 darts. If you're looking to improve
1, 3, 7.
on the standard of 18 darts, you want to be doing most of your legs in 5 visits or less. Like I said to you guys earlier, you don't really care about averages. You just want the performance to be good, and with it to be coming with a win.
$48.
One of the hardest things to do in darts is when things aren't going your way, to try and fix things on the fly. And you may ask what these players do in between games. I can say safely from my experience playing this that I spend time working on what's going wrong.
58.
And if something's going right, you keep doing it right. You can't practice too much in between games because some people will have very large gaps in between games. Yesterday I had 2 hours between a couple of my matches.
1, 3, 4.
So you've got to be constructive with how you spend your time. Right now, Webster has recovered and is first to leave a finish in the second leg, but all of a sudden he's going to be under pressure. This may now have to be hit.
42.
And it's not. And Mitchell is looking for that 5-visit leg. Webster will know that he needs to leave tops at the very worst after 2 darts here. Now he has to get treble 19 or treble 13. Double 11.
60.
A really good attempt. But now Scott has been very, very good. I was going to say on double 16 over the last couple of months, and I'm sure that wasn't for the treble. But he bonuses to leave double 4. And it's one of those times where you hope that Mark Webster has got his screen covered while he plays this match, because you don't want to see that. Just so you guys are aware, the players can see the action on their screens at home whilst they play. I personally cover the screen because I don't want to see my opponent. I just want to get on with what I'm doing. But if Webby saw that Scott hit the treble 12 unintentionally and the double 4, it's almost like salt in the wound.
16.
Webster the first person to find the treble 20 in this third leg of the match.
100.
Hasn't given him a big advantage, and that advantage has been quashed already.
140.
And all of a sudden he's adrift by 100.
57.
Well, if he is missing the treble, Mark Webster, it is not by much. He's just under the wire. The slightest little adjustment could make all the difference. But when you've put all your practice in the morning and it keeps happening, that muscle memory, it can bite you.
93.
Just got to keep the faith and maybe make the smallest adjustment to your front foot, which would bring you slightly closer to the board with your body.
80.
From 191, he needs to leave a decent out here. He's going to do that.
100.
Is that enough pressure on Mitchell? Possibly not. A little bit jumpy on that double 18 shot with the second dart, and it was a great guide with the first one. Be disappointed not to take it out. Webster has aggressively gone for the 51 tops route.
Okay.
He has got there, and that is a really good sign. A lot of players may have gone for the 25 to leave 16 in bull there, but Webster backed himself, and he's got himself back in this match, and the whole match is back on throw.
59.
Discussions have been raging on forums and on social media about what the repercussions for next season will be when it comes to qualifying school. Because there are a lot of players right now who cannot defend the ranking points that they need to try and maintain their status on the tour. So maybe early next year is going to be a bit different at Q School. We'll wait to see what happens via the PDC in coming months, of course. Right now, they're not worried about that. They just want to play well today and find themselves at the top of the tree. And Webster's got to be careful here. He's got to go south on 266.
59.
Not able to leave a finish. At 41 from Mitchell, Webster will think, I'm not out of this one yet. He's definitely not now.
140.
A great 140. It's just made the 120 shrink a little bit. Got to stay away from that first flight.
Gaming 3.
It was always in his hands, but it wasn't easy. And Mitchell Shanghai's 20s to get himself 3-1 ahead and break. Just a really, really good leg. It's what you expect from Scott Mitchell. He's never really been noted as a player
140.
that would put in these gargantuan averages. He was always noted as a steady kind of player who wouldn't make many mistakes. But over the course of the last couple of months, we have learned that Scott Mitchell can average very high.
100.
And when a challenge tour returns, Scott Mitchell will go back to the challenge tour as one of the top dogs. No pun intended, of course, being Scotty dog. I think he will take some stopping because if you think about the amount of match practice he's had in the last 2 months, he will be ready.
100.
And he has not been playing bad at all with multiple daily titles in the bank. Even though he's only averaging a shade over 90 here,
121.
he has played the steadier of these two players.
97.
And again, he's on for a 5-visit win, which would take him to 4-1 ahead.
Quality.
The pattern in this game is for Mitchell to be on the easier finish of the two. And now you have 64 done, just like the textbook tells you. And Webster needs to win 4 straight if he's going to get 2 points from his first 2 matches. Otherwise,
99.
he will have to go into a game with Boris Koltzoff at 11:45 to keep himself in the race potentially.
43.
Mitchell will stay on in the next game and will play against Jason Askew, who won the first game, of course.
58.
And if he does win this one, it'll be the first person to get the 4 points for the day. 15 matches in total today.
83.
So a little less for everybody at home based on the last 4 weeks, where it was 21 matches in a day, but every game is a little bit longer, so it evens itself out really. Webster has found his way to a finish first in this one, and that is the key. He's got to try and outscore Scott Mitchell and give himself more opportunities. 164. He have gone for that bullseye. He got the 54 just for his own confidence. Is Mitchell biding his time to possibly win this by serving it out in the next leg? Double 18 for Webster. He had that earlier in the day, went exactly the same route. It was the same result. Looks like Mitchell's going to be getting a lot of this green bit.
171.
Oh, it's a big bite of the cherry to lead double 14.
Yeah, Sam.
Mitchell applied the pressure
Gaming
and
1.
takes advantage. Well, when you've got 199 left, that's how you finish it. 4 darts, absolutely perfect from Scott Mitchell to get a big, big win to confine Mark Webster to 0 points for his first 2 games. But the next 2, they've both got 2 points, and one of them is going to get a 4. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, brought to you by MODUS Sports. And it's time to find out who will get to 4 points first. Will it be Scott Mitchell or will it be Jason Askew? When you do have the slightly earlier shift on the schedule, you do want to post a decent number. And these guys have history of doing that.
25.
You get the feeling that Jason Askew is very much
Outside.
happier to be playing best of 9 than best of 7. When Jason came into the Live League quite a few weeks back now, he settled in very easily to the best of 9
85.
format. And anybody who played in best of 9 then went back to best of 7. Best of 7 just felt like such a shorter format. It's only a difference of winning 1 less leg, but the complexities are vastly different.
85.
If you were to go up to best of 11, the complexities would be more.
100.
Scott, I'm sure, is happy with any format with his experience. Based on what
125.
he's had to do in the BDO for so many years, short format darts has always been a strength of his.
97.
And he's been strong at the start of this match, getting to a finish first. We will be joined by our 4th player of the day in the next match, where Webster will come back to play against Boris Koltzoff of Russia. But Mitchell had a shot at the 164 for a 12 darter. This would sting a bit if Askew gets this. You hear that clip of the underside of the wire on that treble 17, and he was denied a shot at tops. Double 16 for Scott
Game in 2.
for a very tidy 14 dart start for him. Is he gradually getting better? There were some very good signs in his first game against Webster. He did get a couple of bonus opportunities at doubles, which he did take.
140.
But if we have learned anything about Scott Mitchell in the last couple of months, it's that he has the ability to bully players when he gets in. And his big strength has been not going left or right of that 20 segment. He's been very, very straight.
$43.
I think technically Scott is slightly more poised than Jason. You can see the big man from Dorset just resetting that dart every time, and he doesn't tend to lean into the dart, but you can see Jason just fighting the lean as he throws.
96.
And he almost begins to walk on dart 3, which can creep into your game when you're a little bit faster, like Jason is.
100.
But as the defending champion with these cluster of players, who am I to start questioning
83.
his technique? But Mitchell has stayed straight again, leaving 61 after 12. And he has 1 shot at tops for 15 and 2-0. And there you have it. 15 darter to back up the 14 dot start.
134.
It's looking very likely that Mitchell is going to be very hard to beat today. It's hard to believe that it's 5 years since he won that BDO World Championship. It does not seem that long
96.
ago. Time flies when you're having fun, and he's had a lot of fun in the last 5 years. And I think if Scott Mitchell was to graduate to the PDC Tour in 2021, he'd be an excellent acquisition.
95.
Who's to say he won't get there via winning the Challenge Tour Order of Merit by the end of the year. But how people get onto the tour for next year, that's another discussion. He'll be hoping he doesn't have to go to Q school again, because this year he was not successful there.
136.
Jason has woken up a little bit. Has left tops after 12 in this one to try and get back on terms.
81.
In order to do so, this has to go. Can't leave Scott on 120 because he's hit it already today. And Jason doesn't hesitate in taking the third leg of the contest. I think it would be very interesting to hear from some of these players as to where they are mentally, not just
60.
with their games, but where they are as human beings after what has transpired in the last couple of months. We have seen some of the players struggling. That's natural.
100.
But predominantly, I've spoken to some of these guys and they are immensely grateful for having the chance to play
57.
in this live league because it has given them a focus. It's given them something to shoot for every week. If it wasn't for this, maybe things would be a little bit worse. It's also given us the opportunity to educate
140.
ourselves about some players we didn't know a great deal about. And I, for one, have learned a great deal about Jason Askew.
60.
I was saying earlier in the day about Scott Mitchell and not having a reputation for huge averages. Well, we've learned about Scott and his ability to do that. $141 was needed for another 15 data, but in every likelihood,
130.
he is going to return for that 11 score. I'll take a piece of magic from Jason, which is now impossible.
42.
But he'll be hoping that Scott stutters on this tricky little shot. It's a very solid single 3
2.
and a very clinical double 4 to get himself to 3-1 ahead. The players that we've learned a lot about in the last 6 to 7 weeks. We've learned a lot about Keelan K, who will come into play around 10 past 12, and his first game will be against Jason Askew. We've learned a little bit more about Fallon Sherrick as well.
60.
The reputation of Martin Adams has just embellished, if that was even possible, with some of the things that he's done in the last couple of months.
On 40.
If it's possible, I think Jason Askew is throwing a little bit faster than he was maybe a month ago. Maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable with playing from his home environment against these other players, which has taken some getting used to.
130.
But it's Jason's chance now to hit a 130 to leave a 2-darter. It's a more difficult 2-darter, of course. He has 6 for it to get himself within 1 again,
And 2.
which he does very clinically. I said it was more difficult than 11. Didn't appear that way. Jason is not going to go away. He doesn't want Mitchell to get in front of him in the league table, even at this early stage. Match 3, of course, of 15 for the day.
134.
Jason knows this is the point of the match where he needs to maintain that big scoring and not relent.
6.
And if Mitchell's only going to get 1 big treble a visit, Jason wants 2.
99.
We've seen a plethora of different dart shirts as well from Scott Mitchell over the last few weeks. We've seen some plain polo shirts. We've seen an old county shirt, but today it's back to the quintessential pink.
171.
And Askew was in the green there. He didn't get 3 points like he would in snooker. He got a maximum on the green. This could be
125.
the chance. It could be the only chance he gets to draw level. He went for double 19 for double top. I think with Scott on 59, that was the right choice. He'll rue the fact that he didn't go for treble 18 though, because he got it on dart 3. Mitchell 4-2. Gets there. Askew waiting, hoping for double 12 and another visit, but he doesn't get it. And that's what Mitchell does when he's playing well. He closes you out.
$140.
Playing 501, of course, is very much a British thing to do and has become a worldwide thing. Other parts of the world, they tend to play other games. Standard cricket, of course, is very popular in the Far East and in North America. I've been an advocate for some time to have a World Cricket Championship. It'll be very interesting to see if that comes about. There actually was a World Cricket Championship in Las Vegas about 10 years ago, and it was won by Philip Taylor over Mark Walsh in the final.
41.
But for some reason it wasn't continued. Cricket is one of those games that a lot of tour players use as practice. It's a good way of sharpening up on your big trebles. And that's something that Askew has done very well in this leg, to try and get himself within 1 for a 3rd time.
40.
Looking for the straight ton now to lead tops. That's a magnificent
100.
dart and a very safe single. Didn't want to go anywhere near that treble 20. It could have easily nestled and bust his shot.
21.
It's been a great game so
Game
far.
showing 1.
And it's just got better with a 13 darter from Jason Askew, who was averaging 100 in this one. But Mitchell's doing a weird job here. And what I mean by that is averaging less but still winning. Askew needs to win the next 2 legs to come out with the 2 points.
$81.
You see from his reaction to that 1, he didn't want it. Needs to stay really, really compact with the grouping.
100.
There is a chance for Askew to get in this leg here.
100.
He's not that far behind. And decided to stay on the 20 with the 3rd dart there because he was on a score ending in 0. Didn't want to leave anything with a tricky number on it. I think that might have been the right play at this point. Now he has to switch.
134.
Does so effectively, and Mitchell now has his throw under threat.
$100.
Good response, but Askew could be favoured for the match from this position.
58.
Not getting a treble there though gives Mitchell possibly 6 darts from 201 to win it.
100.
Fascinating old school third dart. Didn't utilise the 25 and bull to lead the 2 darter.
63.
As a consequence, Mitchell has 101 to seal the deal. Treble 19 isn't seen to. And Askew has one opportunity to take us all the way. There's the 5. There's 20 more. And he had to go for the right corner. You can't be too disappointed. That was an aggressive shot. He didn't have much to aim at. But Mitchell's got all of double 2 to aim at now. Actually, a good miss, because now there's nothing in the way.
6.
Not able to get the match in the books. And Askew now has to do a bit of a composure job. After missing tops into the single one, he has to fix it.
Going into
And fix it he does. You can't think too much about missing that tops on the right hand side, because with the way the single was lying, he may have had a third of the bed to aim at to the right hand side at the very most. You have to applaud him just going for the right side as opposed to just throwing at the middle and hoping.
46.
These players are good enough to hit half of a double if required.
121.
Mitchell has been in front since the very beginning.
125.
And these are the games that if you lose them, you feel a little bit bereft. But if you're Jason and you nick it in this 9th leg, you'll feel a bit cheeky, not being in front till the very last dart.
134.
And he has got himself a 103 lead on throw. He is forcing Mitchell to get to a finish with this visit.
99.
It is very, very close though.
140.
Well, that third dart would have been in the 60 if it wasn't for the other one, but that's a great visit. It's now Mitchell who is relying on a mistake from Askew to get to 4 points and stay undefeated. It's Askew at tops.
Game in 3.
He's got it in the left corner this time. It was nowhere near the guide, but he has managed to squeak that one and get the 2 points. 5 legs to 4 for Jason Askew. He will come back very soon. Mitchell will stay on the board. But, wow, what a game. Best of the day. Beat that, fellas. It's actually not Mitchell next. It's going to be Boris Koltzoff taking on Mark Webster. Neither of them have got any points, of course. So one of them will be on 2 after this one.
+3.
3 matches down and 12 to go.
Yep.
It is the third match of the day for Mark Webster, but it's the first for Boris Koltzoff, who's looking very clean shaven today.
Bullseye.
Hasn't had much in the way of hair up top
Bullseye.
in the last couple of months, but the beard has gone. Maybe the temperatures in Russia have gone up a bit and it's time to get rid of some of the stuff that would make you feel a bit too hot. Well,
All the best, Mark.
Boris is the first one to miss the bullseye
Yes, good.
as Webster gets the start via 2 perfect darts.
60.
A frustrating start to the day for Mark, losing his first couple of games.
180.
And a typical Boris start there with a 180 in the first visit. Someone who does score very, very heavily
60.
when he gets going. Boris, of course, has the Icons of Darts Live League average record of over 116 in a game where his opponent was averaging 110. Arguably the best game of the last couple of months.
52.
It's a tough ask for Webster to try and get 2 points here because Boris looks fresh and ready to get cracking today. Webster has tweeted in the last half an hour or so that he is a work in progress, and that is definitely the truth. He has had to pull himself out of the darting doldrums, so to speak,
92.
in the last few months, and this has been a great vehicle for him to find out where he's at.
57.
But when you do lose matches, it does feel very frustrating, no matter where you stand.
Game in 1.
And when Boris is starting with 13 darters, that's going to make your cause even harder. Boris with arguably the nicest curtains in online darts. I'll have to find out where he got them. I wouldn't necessarily go for the green though.
100.
You have to be really classic to get away with green curtains.
180.
Got 3 in the red. Give him a second 180 of the match.
140.
And Mark seems to be upping his game to try and stay with the Russian.
54.
You get the feeling that 170 of Boris's may be scared in a minute, because his proximity to the treble 20 has been excellent so far in this match.
$58.
Webster not able to leave a finish, left 168. So Boris will return for a 2-0 lead, but will need only one big treble to have a chance of doubling his advantage. He could have utilised treble 18 there to leave himself
56.
on double 19, but aggressively went for the 60 anyway. A 60 which Webster has found for his own one treble checkout.
78.
Seems to be going for different parts of the board to what he would utilise ordinarily.
48.
And Boris didn't want to have to go for double 8 there or double 4 because he got double top instead of the single 20. Getting closer. Not able to find the bottom portion. That was a difficult shot there for Mark.
In 1.
And Boris gets the bottom portion of that double 4 precariously close to that double 13. But gets the bottom portion and does go to 2-0. Making things worse for Mark. Boris looks maybe 5 or 6 years younger with no beard.
60.
He strikes me as a a younger version of Boris Kirchner, a famous player
99.
from down in the Balkans. Two players that do know each other quite well.
41.
Webster has found a little bit more scoring prowess in this third leg,
94.
and he knows he has to. Otherwise, Boris could have easily run away with this one.
100.
128 and 6 for it. Just gives you a little bit of space to breathe. Well, there's the 8,
88.
and he will come back for tops. In the last leg, Mark chose to leave 32 instead of leaving tops, which is not what he usually does. But now he knows what 10s is, and there you have it. Sometimes when things aren't going your way,
180.
as a player, you try and leave something different just to try and freshen things up. You don't want to be a one-trick pony. You don't want to constantly be on tops if you're missing it. You don't want to constantly be on 10s if you're missing it. Change your outlook and go for something different. It's not a bad plan.
3.
That's what makes what James Wade has done over the course of his career quite remarkable,
80.
because he never leaves double 16. He always leaves tops, 12s and 10s.
134.
Well, that last start for Boris was dangling in that 57, but it was good.
140.
Koltzoff has just been too strong on his throat so far. He blocked the 54.
56.
Had to go for it again to leave 32. Mark needs to get another treble here. He knows it.
99.
He leaves 142, which is a bit easier than 141.
24.
But it is of consequence now after Boris fails to get his shot out. Another one of those will be handy for double 11.
120.
Oh, great try. And that's why 142 is easier, because you can go for 2 of the same treble.
No score.
Koltzoff misses 6 darts to take the leg, and Webster should be licking his chops right now, and does get double 11 with 1 dart to get to 2-2. You can see the frustration on the face of Koltzoff. He knows he should be 3-1 ahead, but is now in a level game.
57.
60.
We have another new player joining us after this one. Keelan K will play his first game of the day,
93.
and it will be up against the league leader in Jason Askew, who's on 4 points.
60.
Webster has somewhat got away with this
57.
so far in this leg, only hitting 1 treble. But when Boris gets that first one in, he is deadly. And not many players in the world who are as prolific on that 60 after a first dart in the upper echelons of the red bit than Boris Koltzoff, trust me. It's the scores in between that he needs to polish up on.
100.
I'm amazed he only got a ton there. But he will return to regain the lead with 101.
59.
Mark was quite fortunate there to leave 135. He misses 6 in the last leg,
69.
and this one is wildly left. And you can see the reaction. 60 in bull will make Boris feel sick as a chip.
70.
This is where he had trouble in the last leg, but not on this occasion. 3-2 to Koltzoff. in a game where he has got the better average, but we know that he has a lot more to give. He can
60.
easily put 15 to 20 on top of that 88 average. But if darts was that easy, everybody would play it
134.
to the highest level. Once you have the ability as a dart player, it's about the mental side of things.
60.
180.
Yeah, Webster back in the 60. Trying to get himself to 3-3 now.
80.
And that bounce out from Boris definitely helps Mark's cause.
57.
Sensible use of the board there. Trying to take the 7 off the end of the score.
57.
He's got time on his side for the 130. If he gets the 60. Well, he doesn't. He might have gone for the bull.
44.
He's only edging towards the finish line here. He's not really closing Boris out.
140.
That 140's just made things a little bit more interesting.
122.
What a wonderful 2-dart checkout from Webster. Just when Boris was getting perilously close to his score of 86. Webster regains the throw.
134.
And good old trusty 57 comes back.
100.
And much like Scott Mitchell,
59.
Boris Koltzoff has worn a plethora of different shirts throughout the course of the Icons of Darts Live League. Mark has played in
180.
the same colour shirt the whole time, sporting that sponsored polo. Even if I do say so myself, they are very comfortable. Boris is looking to break the throw again,
135.
and is doing so with some incredible accuracy on that treble 20, leaving 86 after 9 darts. And Mark's got to stay there.
92.
Needed the treble to leave a finish. And now Boris is looking to do exactly what Mark's just done.
70.
Well, he's quite fortunate with that last dart that he missed the double 16. That would have brought him back to 86.
94.
And now he can't afford to have problems on double 8 because Webster's
Yeah.
lurking. And there you have another break of throw. This has been topsy-turvy, this one. And you would think it would be simple for Boris to serve this out. Well, we already know from the scheme of this game that is easier said than done.
40.
This has been the best performance
96.
from Mark today. It's just been more composed and more accurate on the big trebles. He does have more to give, of course.
135.
Boris has made it very difficult for him to settle into the match. It's been a scrap from the very first
93.
couple of legs. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a last leg decider.
59.
Well, Boris has retained the throw. It's in his hands.
40.
You can see how disappointed he is with that second dart. It was possibly the wrong shot. Some running repairs for Webster. He has a broken stem and cannot throw a decent dart without a good stem. When the prongs at the top of the stem sometimes snap. You have to replace it immediately. The last thing you need is the flight coming out mid-flight of the dart.
118.
Now or never for Webster. He's got to stay there.
180.
Well, ask and ye shall receive. But now he has to pray and hope that Koltzoff does not hit the double that he needs, which is double 16.
11-3.
But it's a wonderful checker from Boris Koltzoff. He had one chance to win the match right there, and he did it just then. It's a great start for him. Webster has 2 more matches this afternoon, but Keelan K will join the action right now as he starts his campaign. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, and Jason Askew is looking to rack up 6 perfect points from 3 games. Last game was very, very tight indeed. And he's up against Keelan K, who's playing his first game of Thursday. Keelan to go for the ball first on this occasion.
Outside. Outside as well.
Both seem to have a broken compass on the bullseye shot there, but chance to
25.
put it right.
Outside.
And Keelan seems to hit the same hole as he hit previously. Askew in a great position to possibly win a 2nd consecutive daily title. Won with 8 points on Tuesday.
100.
They will both return on Saturday, of course, for the 3rd day of action of the week.
46.
But Askew has played 2 tough games so far and come out as the winner in both. And he is the man who has emerged as the strongest person to post a number by mid-afternoon to see if anybody can topple him.
Gold. 61.
If he can manage to get himself to 8 or maybe a strong 6 points, you never know. But if he keeps winning,
60.
it's that simple. Get the 10 points and you will win today.
67.
Keelan just trying to find his line at the start of this match. Jason hasn't had that issue. Ton 140-60 from him so far.
84.
And 84 to leave himself on a finish, but he has a big advantage of 210.
60.
Plenty of time to negotiate this 1 treble checkout.
Game 3.
It's a very, very bad sign for Keelan K when Jason is doing that. He's going to have to find and lace up his scoring boots immediately.
121.
That's a little bit better. Askew on 4 points in the lead and
100.
2 protagonists behind him. Mitchell on 2 and Koltzoff on 2. Mitchell, however, has lost the game.
135.
Koltzoff has not, so he is playing a little bit of catch up. Whereas someone
125.
like Keelan K and someone we will see in the next match, Andy Jenkins, they are very much tuned into the fact that
45.
starting later they're already playing catch up. They just want to have the opportunity to catch.
44.
The front runner Jason Askew is trying to take them out of the equation by continuing to get 5 legs in every match.
180.
That's better from Keelan to leave himself on 20 after 12. That's a very, very strong leg indeed.
180.
Jason's right behind him, just in case.
Game in 1.
That's a brilliant leg from Keelan K because Askew was biting at his heels. Get the feeling that maybe Keelan K likes to play against Jason Askew. He beat him on Tuesday, so that will make him feel good.
140. $95.
But if Keelan does miss that 60, it's usually in the 5 segment. We'll see if that pattern
100.
keeps going throughout this match and throughout the day, of course, where he will play 5 games.
135.
You just know that Keelan is going to score some 5s But if he's able to get 2 treble 20s on top of that, then he's still going to cause every
97.
opponent a lot of issues. With Keelan not getting close to a finish, Jason on his own throw is looking very strong again.
100.
I'll be somewhat disappointed with just a ton there after the first dart. The second dart scuppered his chances.
97.
Keelan is in weight just in case this double 16 doesn't get hit.
30.
Just on the outside, and Kate has options. Not able to negotiate the 57 after
90.
put that dart right in its way. And Askew gets a second bite on his throw at 32. He had to dodge a bullet there. Wasn't as clean cut as leg 1, but it is the same result with an Askew choke mark.
40.
Well, wherever you are watching around the world, whether it's on dartshop.tv, the MODUS Sports YouTube page, or indeed via your favourite bookmaker site, please feel free to get in touch.
60.
My Twitter handle is @theasset180, and if you have any questions about the players, the formats, or any darts in general,
80.
I'll endeavour to answer any views that you have, but please keep them positive. More so than ever
100.
in the world right now, we need to keep things in a positive heart.
97.
The throw of Keelan K is under big threat right now,
Come on, Keelan. 55.
and he has handed the throw to Jason Askew. He now has to go back to the 20s potentially.
Oh, 42.
Well, he was in 2 minds, and as a result, he has not got to a finish, which means that Keelan
40.
is very much back in the leg after that 140.
$42.
Oh, he's missed the 25. He's got the 2. That is a disaster for Jason Askew. Well, that first start
66.
definitely wasn't ideal for Keelan. But he'll expect to return because 139 is one of the hardest in this range. That's not possible now.
40.
He's left 99. His last 3 visits to the board have been forgettable.
Game in 2.
And Keelan gets himself to 2-2. You think that maybe Jason let that one slip. He will have to let that one go and realise that he's still in prime position to win this one, still having the advantage of throw from winning the bullseye.
57. $96.
It's an interesting mindset as a dart player, and I'm sure in other sports as well. When you are the aggressor, you're in position, and you just can't close out that one opportunity you've created for yourself. And then you have to return to the board and do it all again. It's one of the reasons why darts is such a mental game. The fluctuations in confidence and opportunities is quite frightening, but maybe it's just a sign of a little bit of nervousness from Jason. He's dropped a couple of darts on the floor in the last couple of legs. And that's going to upset his rhythm because he is a fast player.
80. $48.
Well, the first dart was in the treble 3. He's not able to get a big treble from there. And K
97.
is first to a finish, and that 57 at the end makes it slightly easier.
98.
Sensibly going to the 54 with dart 3, because the 60 was completely closed. The 132 is not going to be converted,
57. 64.
but maybe this 116 for Jason has to go. It's not going to go, and signs of frustration for the first time today.
56.
Leader Keelan to take the lead.
Oh, Keelan. Oh.
He's pulled it massively left. That is his miss.
24 left.
You can understand the frustration, but it's something that he does have to address. Askew. It's time for a bonus shot.
Game into.
He manages to get there. That's a really good conversion. It's not an easy shot for Jason Askew when he gets the single near the top of that big 20. And you can tell the amount of practice that he has put in, because he didn't hesitate
140.
when a large proportion of that tops was blocked. He went straight to the left and got it done. To win these league phases throughout the course of the day, you are not going to blitz everybody. You are going to have times where you will have to dig very deep.
139.
And that's what Jason is doing now. Only averaging 88. But he is grafting and grinding and starting to find his range a little bit more now. But he's having to, as K isn't missing.
140.
His best scoring leg of the match so far, to leave a 2-darter after 9.
60.
Plenty of time.
42.
And the easy setup. Didn't even contemplate the bullseye there.
81.
And it should be 3-all in a matter of seconds.
Game in 2.
And it is 14-darter from the young man from the West Country. And the averages are almost identical at 87 and change. Cannot
140.
tear these two apart with a crowbar. They are so tightly matched right now.
85.
In the last month, this would have been the deciding leg. But this is, of course, best of 9. There's every possibility this match could go
80.
to a 9th leg. If Askew wants to win the title today,
100.
he might have to win the next 2 legs, because his leg difference currently at +3 after 2 wins is the same as that of Scott Mitchell, but he's only got 2 points, of course. Can't worry yourself about the leg difference when you're playing.
36, 46,
But you do
53.
crave to win by a margin just to make it less stressful and make it better in the leg difference column at the end of the day.
140.
Pressure's come from Keelan K, and this 68 for Askew is huge.
Game in 3.
He's got it. That's classy. First to 4 points on the table. First to 4 legs in this match. How much he would love to get a break of this young man's throat
60.
to seal the deal. It will be 3 matches down with 2 to go.
95.
He's actually counting the amount of darts that he's dropped. Some players when they play a little faster,
45.
it tends to happen because the transition of the dart from the left hand to the right hand is something you just get used to, but doesn't mean it's easy.
100.
A 90-point gap between the players in this leg.
68.
And that gap is still in favour of Jason Askew, who by getting that first big treble is definitely in the driving seat.
39.
And impeccable mathematics from him get him to a finish. That's someone who knows how to negotiate a dartboard.
41.
Here's Keelan's race run.
131.
Tremendous. 9 darts from Jason Askew, from 406 to 36 points in 9 darts. Impeccable
59.
stuff, just when he needs it, to remain undefeated. And look at that for a way to close out a game. Doesn't get much better than that. Jason Askew may take some catching today. 3 games down, 3 wins, 6 points in the bank, and he will return very shortly for a 4th. But in the meantime, it will be Andy Jenkins who joins us for the first time to start his charge.
Send me the email I had.
Okay.
All the guys are now playing catch up as Jason Askew has got himself to 6 points. Andy Jenkins joins the fun, and seeing the league table, he knows he's going to have a near flawless day
25.
if he's going to win today's title. Mitchell knows that he cannot afford any more mistakes.
$25.
25.
The battle for the bullseye continues. Both players desperately seeking the start. 2 more games before we have a small break and then go into this afternoon's action. To the very end, we will have Mark Webster against Keelan K after this one to see who will go into the mini break with a couple of points. One of them will have none.
25.
But will Andy Jenkins get off the mark in this first game? And it will be to equalise the points total that Mitchell has. 2 consecutive games for him
60.
this morning, where he got a 5-1 win against Mark Webster and then was just edged out in the end by Jason Askew, 5-4 in match 3. And by virtue of that defeat, today is no longer in his hands. He has to rely on Jason to make an error this afternoon. Jason will start the second half of today's proceedings against Andy Jenkins. It could prove to be a pivotal match. The further we get into today's session, the more information we have about who is positioning themselves the best. And in true Andy Jenkins style, he comes out of the blocks. That's what he's used to doing, and he's doing it here. First to a finish after 9.
99.
You can sense who is an old school player and who is not, because the new school guys would have all gone for the 25 and bull on the last start on Andy's visit. But we've got 2 definitive old school guys here who will go traditional routes.
First 46.
The shot at 32 was pushed inside. He will come back though to take the lead against a player that he had success against a couple of days ago. Andy picking up the win that time by 5 legs to 3.
Yeah, game shot him.
And he does get himself off the mark in the first leg of the day for him with a 16 darter.
Uh, 77.
I was writing an article last week about Andy Jenkins and how I class him as one of the most underrated players in darts history, especially in the last couple of decades. I think it goes unnoticed, some of the achievements that he
60.
has to his credit, especially when he's made a world semi-final. I think a lot of people have forgotten that. Scott, however, has gone all the way at Lakeside, a place that was never really a happy hunting ground for Andy.
77.
Bit of a shame for him because it's actually not that far from where he lives. It's only about an hour's drive, if that. Scott hasn't really scored consistently in this match so far.
125.
Andy seems to have been a little bit more explosive. But even he couldn't leave a finish from 287. Scott's just starting to find more regular trebles now.
134.
He's definitely got his range back as he leaves tops after 15. Same sort of position as Andy was in leg 1 on the leg
65.
winning chance after 15 and should be closing it out.
Being shot in 3.
Whereas Andy took it in 1, Scott takes it in 3. Had 2 fabulous guides and was able to glance it in
140.
to get the score back to 1-all. Two challenge tour players, of course, who will go back to that when permitted.
82.
2 players that will have a big say in where the challenge tour order of merit finishes by the end of 2020. Andy craves to be with the big boys, though. He feels that is where he belongs.
45.
And I can say from experience, when you're in the Pro Tour warm-up area at a Barnsley Metrodome or a Wigan Tennis Centre, you know when Andy Jenkins walks in the room, there's an aura around him. An aura of confidence and expectation.
140.
And at 140 puts him in a strong position to get the lead back. Mitchell needs another 57 to get to a finish.
95.
And he doesn't have to go bullseye now. He can do that.
Jinxie. 74.
And you can tell with that guide just on the top wire that coming up short, he should not be doing that.
58.
It actually made hitting tops a lot easier. And when you're missing it with that guide, he has every right to
1.
give himself some stick, but his return to the hockey is perfect. You could say that Andy Jenkins is wearing his county colours today because it's not dissimilar to the colour shirt he would have worn for Hampshire. I'm pretty certain that Dorset don't wear pink and black.
140.
But you could say that this is a bit of a local rivalry because there isn't a great deal of distance between these 2 players.
41.
And of course, Hampshire does neighbour Dorset. When Mitchell has to throw, he seems to be able to up that scoring ever so slightly. And Andy hasn't been able to capitalise to have a break opportunity yet.
140.
But possibly he's just waiting for one more slip up from Scott.
58.
Is that enough for Andy to pounce?
On 40.
Really, really aggressive second and third dart from Jenkins. Gets him to a very doable out, but now he has to watch and wait. He watches, he waits,
100.
and now he can strike. This is for a break and for 3-1.
Are you kidding? 57.
Wow. It was a great guide, and somehow we found the gap in between the dart and the double. Mitchell, very fortunate, but he'll want that one back. That leaves 35. That perfectly centered single leaves him the 32 that he needs, and he has dodged a huge bullet there. Now is this game about how Jenkins handles those missed
60.
break opportunities. Couldn't have asked for a better chance at double 12, and it was not a poor dart by any stretch of the imagination. You'll probably still be thinking, how did it miss?
100.
But Andy, in his career, has been through that kind of situation many, many times. And he knows that he has to forget about it and move on.
$97.
And that last start was great from Andy Jenkins, because if he doesn't get the treble, he's handed the throw to Mitchell. There's been a couple of missed singles today from Scott and a few wayward darts. I've played a lot in the last couple of months. There might be a little bit of wear and tear in the wrists and shoulders.
100.
But these guys want to beat each other very badly. Trust me. It's a healthy rivalry between these two.
171.
Well, 171 from Mitchell. That forces Jenkins to take the 144. It's just a hold throw. Saying that Jenkins was waiting to strike in the last leg. Well, Mitchell has approached and is ready to strike himself. Wow, just on the wire, and it's his turn to kiss the wire on the wrong side. And Jenkins, all of a sudden, has a bonus chance to hold. It'll be at the bullseye.
Game shot in 3.
And he gets it right in the bottom part of it. Wow, this game has been dramatic. 5 legs of sheer drama. Who needs Coronation Street?
58.
These guys don't strike me as Coronation Street viewers. I guarantee you, Andy is waiting for live football to return, being a very big Pompey fan. It's pretty easy to find out sometimes who your favourite professional dart player supports in football. A lot of them wear their team colours on their shirts or have a little pin on their collar
99.
to signify their loyalties. Andy has always worn a Portsmouth Football Club badge on his collar, and he has one on today.
58.
You just see a little flick of a badge on the right of his collar there, and that's a Pompey badge.
Ton.
3-2 up Jenkins, but only 80 ahead here.
60.
And with only 60 there from Scott, this is now a tremendous chance to get within 1 and have a 2-leg gap.
89.
He's done exactly the right thing there. Going for the bull. Didn't get what he wanted. But these are the kind of numbers that you should be practicing in the lead up to competitive matches. 76s, 84s. These are the kinds of shots that win you matches.
Game in 3.
And it's an 84 and a 76 that he's taken out to get a 4-2 lead. If Jenkins was to serve it out here and win 5-2,
59.
That would put Mitchell's leg difference back to 0. And that could be the end of his challenge today, with Jason Askew undefeated on 6 points and very healthy in the leg difference column. But this would potentially be a very good start to the day for Andy Jenkins, who will play in the very final game of this afternoon's play against Keelan K. Could it come down to that very last game? Scott's going to have to go some. He gets a ton, but that may not be enough, with Jenkins motoring at the minute.
60.
Almost the point of no return for Mitchell now.
100.
Ton stays in touch, but still advantage Rocky.
$90.
And an excellent bullseye. Interesting thinking from 202. At 112 for the match. 84 on the bull, 76 in 3, and possibly 112. 3 consecutive finishes.
96.
Well, just like the first leg of the match, he goes for double 16 and pulls it inside. You get the feeling that it's a question of when, not if now, that Jenkins will win 5-2. He should on double 8.
He gave me 1.
A really, really good performance from Andy Jenkins to win 5-2. And the 84 checkout was key to give himself the lead back. And then he took it and ran. 2 points for him, 2 points also for Mitchell, but he's played 2 more. Now, one more game before we go into a small break, and that's Mark Webster and Keelan K battling it out for their first 2 points of the day. Well, before we go into a short interval after this one, we will find out who will get themselves off the mark. It hasn't been Mark Webster's morning. Unfortunately for him, he has lost all of his first 3 matches, but with 2 remaining, this one against Keelan K presents an opportunity to get himself off the bottom of the table. It's going to be Wales versus Cornwall.
$25.
Keelan had some decent darts in his last
25.
game against Jason Askew, but unfortunately for him, Askew just put the kibosh on Keelan's charge and blitzed the last portion of that match. This has been the longest ball off that we've had. But now Mark does get the start. Looking to get a second win over Keelan K this week. And Mark's had a little bit of time just to process what's happened this morning. You can see that his dart was dangling there. If the point is not touching the sisal, it will not register a score.
140.
If it's touching a wire, it does not count. If it touches air, it does not count. But if it touches the 60, it definitely counts.
$58.
Yeah, Mark was playing some decent stuff against Boris Koltzoff in his previous game. But Koltzoff just found the afterburners at the end. Mark wasn't able to extinguish him.
98.
Mark has started the stronger of the two in this first leg.
$41.
And he'll be hoping to get rid of this 100 in quick, smart fashion.
60.
Steady 60. And he'll expect to come back for that 40.
31.
And this is a territory he knows well. But hasn't been too clinical on tops today.
35.
And that is the worst possible scenario when you're sitting on 40 with 3 darts. You'd much rather bust your score than leave 5.
47.
Moore misses a double from Webster. Have fed a chance to Keelan. The chance was there. It was a really good recovery after the single one. And Mark Webster does come back to finally take that leg a little bit later than he expected. Both players have got to brush off
100.
that leg and start motoring a little bit more. If you think there's pressure on the guys at the top of the table to try and perform, there's also pressure on the people who have struggled to try and not be bottom of the table. That's where Keelan found himself
55.
on Tuesday in what was a very tight league on Tuesday. The winner, Jason Askew, got 8 points, but Keelan was bottom on 4 points. And there were 4 players on 4 points.
77.
That leg difference came into play. He was bottom on -8. And Boris Koltzoff was 3rd in the table on 4 points with +3. So it just goes to show in this slightly more cutthroat matches format that
99.
winning by a certain amount of legs is important to to try and vault yourself up the table, whether it's to win the title or whether it's to not be bottom. Keelan has got the fishing rod out for the big fish.
134.
It's a great effort and an impeccable setup. However,
Game 3.
oh, 115 out from Webster to go to 2-0. That is going to be a sucker punch to the gut for Keelan K, who didn't do a great deal wrong in that leg. Always has been a bit of an opportunist, as Webster. If Mark was to never throw another dart in his career, and you asked 100 darts fans what they thought of when it came to Webster, it would be passion. Whether it was playing World Cup with Barry Bates, playing with Gerwin Price, playing with Richie Burnett, or playing just on his own in singles competition, he has always worn his heart on his sleeve.
57.
He does a great job as an analyst as well. Brings an encyclopedic knowledge of not just darts, but of sport to our great game. And if you want to crack a conversation with Mark Webster, just start talking about football history. That'll keep you going for at least a couple of days.
80.
I've been privileged to have many a conversation with Mark and with John Henderson, one of our common friends, about different football facts and sporting facts. These are the kind of things that dart players do on tour to pass the time.
140.
Now, who's going to finish it first? Webster, first crack. A double 16.
48.
Not far off. And Keelan had 85 earlier in the match with 2 darts in hand. This time he's got 3.
60.
He's not far off that bullseye to get himself his first chalk mark. Webster needs double 4.
Game 3.
He's got there using that guide to perfection. And this 3-0 scoreline is starting to eat into that languished leg difference of -8 at the moment.
50.
If he can somehow win this to 0, that would make him feel so much better.
57.
But it would make Keelan feel 10 times worse.
What's going on, Keelan? Come on. 54.
Worst thing as a dart player, and I'm sure
60.
other sports people, is when things are going wrong and you don't know how to fix it. And you have to fix it quickly and on the fly. And that's
100.
the situation that Keelan finds himself in at the moment. They're both scrapping and battling. It's not coming particularly naturally and easily.
$59.
And courtesy of that 59, Webster has the throw.
78.
And he's able to cling onto it for now with a slender advantage.
Wow. 140.
167 isn't going to be frightened.
74.
The second time in a row he's managed to save the visit. Can Keelan take the 98?
58.
Well, if Mark takes the 93, he's got one hand on victory. A trusty treble 19. And he has, again, in that corner of the board, got the perfect marker and used it inch perfect. Or as Dennis Cometti, the very famous Australian sports pundit said, centimetre perfect. Maybe we should get a darts pundit to say millimetre perfect, because darts is a game of millimetres, not
28.
inches or centimetres.
$96.
You can sense the frustration from Keelan.
140.
That's a much better visit from him. He's got such a lovely rhythm, the young man. Plays a very watchable brand of darts.
145.
Well, Mark Webster showing his experience there, getting to the finish from 305, which is very difficult to do.
134.
And he will have plenty of darts for it, with Keelan not able to get himself to the finish. 160 was for the match. But he'll return for double 10 and his best leg of the contest
95.
to get his first points of the day. And for a bagel victory, it's double 10. Can he see any of it?
Let's go.
He couldn't see much. 104,
Really?
and it's a single one going for the 54. You can hear the frustration of Keelan.
36.
And Mark tries take 2 on 20. And this time he polishes it off with a big fat full stop for a 5-0 victory. He gets his first 2 points of the day, and his leg difference is somewhat a lot better now. He is out of the race for the top spot, but pride will come back into things in a few games' time for Webster when he plays Andy Jenkins, just a shade after 2:30. Join us in a little bit of time at about 20 to 2 when Jason Askew plays Andy Jenkins. When we return, we'll see you guys really, really soon. Welcome back, everybody, and we have reached the halfway point of today's Icons of Darts Live League, brought to you by MODUS Sports and Low 6 Bet. If you are having a bet today, please remember to gamble responsibly. When the fun stops, please stop. Well, this game could have a huge bearing on where today's live league sits at the end of the day. We have two undefeated players here, but at different stages of their day. Jason Askew has played 3 games and has won all 3. Andy Jenkins has played only 1. But if Jason Askew is going to be stopped, someone has to step up. It may have to be Andy, and if it's not him, it may have to be Boris Koltzoff. It will be the final opponent of the day for Jason Askew at 255.
140.
Someone has to stop him, because if he does win all 5 of his games, that's where the title will go. Pretty simple.
58.
And then the remaining players will be battling for second spot.
85.
Well, as it stands, you have Jason on 6 points in the table and 4 other players on 2, but at differing points of their day.
7-1.
And the second time today, Jason has hit a 171. The last time he hit one, it was pivotal against Scott Mitchell. And similar starts in this match from these players, getting to a 130 plus checkout after 9.
$52.
Jason leaves himself on a manageable 80 checkout, but Andy not able to capitalise on the outside chance. And now Jason has to climb the ladder. No longer has to go to 10s. And there you have a lovely 14 darter from him in his quest to get 10 winning legs in 2 matches, which would seal the deal.
100.
I mentioned there are 4 players on 2 points. Well, Mark Webster only has 1 game remaining. That will be against Andy Jenkins in a couple of games' time. So he is unable to get to the top of the table.
180.
Mitchell has 2 games remaining.
140.
And with a couple of defeats in there for Mitchell, his race is also a run. You get the feeling. Could come down to Koltzoff, Jenkins, and Askew. This leg has been blistering from start to finish. 96 after 9 for Jason. 124 for Andy. After 9 also. Leaves the double after 12. But now, Jason, to break, does the right thing and staying on the 60. The lie was too tempting. And Andy somewhat sidesteps that assault. He still has to get rid of this.
He missed 16. Idiot.
What a present for Jason Askew.
$30.
But he's only able to cut the ribbon. Not comfortable. Experience telling there for Andy. Just taking a step back to reassess.
Wow.
3, massaging every wire. Wired 8s, 4s and 2s. Askew has to go to the same part of the board.
Give me 3.
But he's able to steal it with that skinny red bit. in the 5 o'clock position. Is anybody able to stop him today in his quest for a second consecutive
140.
daily title? And he will be on for a third in a week,
60.
which is a rarity. Something that Dave Evans has done.
180.
It's going to take some sort of Goliath effort from here, the way that Jason is scoring. And when you are constantly at the top of the table and challenging for the daily titles, you expect to be there every single time.
99.
Those missed doubles from Andy may still be hurting him. Double 16,
16 left. 65.
just inside for the 12 darter.
43.
The previous game we had with Keelan K. Mark Webster was 5-0.
Game 2.
Jason Askew keeps going this way and gets close to a 5-0, or indeed that scoreline. He could be wrapping up the title with this game because the leg difference would be huge.
39.
Currently on +5. If that swells with 2 more points in the bank,
58.
it's going to take an incredible afternoon of darts from Boris or Andy to topple
135.
Jason. And it does boil down to that Koltzoff Askew match at 5-3.
42.
Well, Andy's speeding up, just trying to make something
87.
happen. Got himself a decent advantage here to try and get his first leg of the match.
56.
Is this the opportunity for Jason? Just take a little bit of a breather. He has been very, very good in his own throw.
60.
And with that break already in the bank, is he saving his best
100.
for when he throws first?
On 40.
Gets to a finish, but it should be too late, and is. First leg of the match for Andy. He still has a very steep hill to climb to put himself back in with a chance of taking points away from Jason.
140.
And yet again, he starts the leg and starts it strong.
100.
But when Andy Jenkins throws this fast, he makes it look so easy.
91.
We can talk about technique for days on end. But when it comes to Andy's
Right,
throw, it's almost like he was born with a dart in his hand. You'd say the same for Jason Askew. He's got darts in his DNA, being of
55.
darting descent, of someone who has graced the upper echelons of the game.
100.
And he needs another treble, you feel.
100.
Comes up short. Jason's favourite now for 4-1, especially now. He has tops.
70.
Just a little bit rushed that last dart. And when you've had a decent leg like that and you're playing well,
55.
you do sometimes just expect them to go in.
Game 3.
He's got there with the last dart and denied Jenks a chance at 92. Is he closing out the man in blue? This game is almost making me dizzy because they're playing that fast. This is modern darts for you.
100.
They don't hang around.
$58.
Is it one last push from Askew to try and get a 5-1 victory to take his points tally to 8 and his leg difference to +9?
On 3-4.
2 more trebles, and he will return for that 87 for the match.
83.
And he halves the score to leave 83. Now he has to stand back and watch as Jason goes for bull.
38 left.
Well, it wasn't short, but it wasn't close. Oh, he went for the treble, got a little bit greedy, and now he has not got a leg winning chance.
Topsy.
And Askew has options. Does he want 3 at 19s? The answer is yes. And that's the gamble. That's why a lot of people tend to go 10 or a 6 there, just to leave a more manageable double. This one has to go in.
30.
And that has been the story of the game for Andy. Key misses by very short margins. Askew for 4s. And there he gets it. It's a big win. 2 more points. And his leg difference has swollen and makes it ever so difficult for anybody to catch him today. It's all down to Boris Koltzoff this afternoon to stop Jason Askew. He'll have to join us around 5 to 3 to find out what happens there. But next, it's Scott Mitchell returning against Koltzoff, who needs to keep winning. guys are just doing their final warm-up for this best of 9 match, and things are becoming very clear this afternoon as to what needs to happen to topple Jason Askew. He now has 8 points, and nobody in the chasing pack has any more than 2. So Jason's next game, which is against one of these guys in Boris Koltzoff, if Jason wins that match, he wins today. But if Boris was to win this match and the next one against Jason Askew, it is game on. First and foremost, though, Koltzoff needs the 2 points against Scott Mitchell. Guys are now going to bull up to see who begins the match. I'm still getting used to Boris with no hair and no beard.
Outside.
I think he looks very different.
25.
Scott is going to start this one and potentially have the darts in a 9th leg decider. We have only had one game so far that has gone all 9 legs, and that was Scott Mitchell versus Jason Askew. If Mitchell was to win this one, with 1 game remaining in his campaign today, he could scupper the chances for Andy Jenkins and Koltzoff, the 2 guys who can catch Jason at this point. Obviously, Mitchell on 2 points only has 2 games remaining. All he can do is get to 6 points, so he is out of the running.
140.
Mitchell on 269 doing the right thing, going south.
136.
And after getting the single 19, things got a bit tricky, but treble 20 was pinpoint.
128.
Also good board tactics from Boris Koltzoff. We wouldn't expect anything less from him. Double 8 for 133 out. Oh, it's a great shot. 12 darter. If that's a sign of things to come in this game, I might have to put on my seatbelt. You know that Jason Askew is hoping for a Scott Mitchell win because he knows that Mitchell can't catch him. But he wants Boris Koltzoff's defence to be dented.
180.
Not the first 180 we've seen from Boris today. There's been plenty. Just prior to this match, the lads were having a conversation, and Scott asked Boris if he played chess.
131.
Boris does not play chess, apparently, which is a bit of a shock considering the heritage of chess in his part of the world, the likes of Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. Double top for Boris. A wonderful 11 darter to better that 12 from the start from Mitchell. Well, MODUS Sports did tweet within the last hour the tournament statistics leading up to today. And Boris had his name in there, of course, with the highest average so far of 116.28.
140.
He's looking to better that in this match. In order to maintain that kind of average, you do need to be pushed. And one of the reasons that Boris got that average was because he was pushed by Mike Warburton. Mitchell is very capable of pushing Boris to the limit here.
140.
Boris only 71 behind. We'll have to switch now.
58.
And the advantage of throw is still with Mitchell. Like I said, all Mitchell can do is get to 6 points by winning his final 2 games. This one and the game against Keelan K 3. He currently has a leg difference of 0. So he still has the opportunity of getting second spot. But Boris, after an 11 darter, can have a 13 here.
Into
14 it is. And 3 legs in this match of world-class quality. 12, 11, 14.
$180.
It just isn't stopping. When you're playing like this, you don't want to stop playing.
24.
It's a great response from Boris, considering how Scott Mitchell came out of the blocks.
96.
With that 133 checkout in the first leg, it seems like a long time ago already. You see Scott's got a bit of a tan. Not so much for Boris.
105.
I would imagine working on the farm down in Dorset, you get plenty of time outside. When you're not playing darts, of course. But Boris has left 120 after 9.
100.
And if he converts this, he'll maintain that average of 120 plus. There's the 20.
40 score.
You can see that it really wants to push himself and get towards 3-1 up. He's got plenty of time on his side. For now, anyway.
140.
Double 10.
70.
Not able to get double 5. And this is the first leg that will be won in more than 5 visits.
137.
And that double 5 is under enormous pressure.
In 1.
He gets it in 1 though. And the average tumbles to 111. I never thought I'd say that. This is bad news for Jason Askew, of course. Koltzoff has only played once today and is undefeated and is looking very, very good to go 2 for 2 in the win column.
8.
But there's a long way to go. Koltzoff's first game against Mark Webster was a 5-3 victory.
96.
He's looking to better that here to swell his leg difference column as much as he possibly can, but he have to focus on just 1 leg at a time.
180.
Otherwise, he'll just get too carried away, and Mitchell has found himself on a finish after 9 this time.
140.
The last time that was the case, he took it out. Doesn't have to go for the treble 17 and just lines up tops in what has been a fabulous contest so far.
57.
This will be a hold of throw for Scott Mitchell. Yeah, 13 darter. We've had the set almost. They're trying to check off the numbers like darts bingo. We've had an 11, we've had a 12, we've now had a 13, we've had a 14. Need someone to get a 10 or a 15 to keep the sequence.
41.
We have had 10 darters in the Icons of Darts Live League. I was on the end of one from Fallon Sherrick,
100.
which was to finish the match. And of course, we've had 2 9s as well. One from Aaron Monk and one from Wolfie yesterday. He's celebrating his 64th birthday today.
140.
Mitchell doing his best to keep this contest going. And if Boris is to wane slightly, Mitchell will be there. He needs a 140 to get in touch.
140.
Gets it, but he still needs a mistake from Boris, who has 6 from 170.
94.
The mistake was coming until that last dart, but this leg is definitely not over yet. We haven't had a 15 darter in this match so far. We could get it here. 11 for Bull, it has to be.
25 left.
Not able to get the 15 darter, and Mitchell gets one chance at something very manageable, which has just become very tricky. He'll be saying to himself he only has himself to blame for not getting his shot at tops. That's the one thing he can't do on 80, and that's straight from the straight dart.
21.
Koltzoff, who throws very fast. That switch from double 8 to double 4 doesn't look natural for him. And the quality of the dart inside double 4 just goes to show that maybe he needed to readjust. And Mitchell can equalise now.
20.
Didn't get close. Be very disappointed with the last dart. And Koltzoff has got a little bit fortunate there and taken advantage. See this small shake of the head from Scott. You can understand that. And as a dart player, I can confirm that when you miss 3 at a double like tops, it gnaws at you. Makes you annoyed.
140.
If you're Scott, you're just glad that you still have the chance to win the match, but you have to do so by winning 3 straight legs against someone averaging over 100. Not a simple task at all. That's one of the complexities about playing best of 9.
137.
You have 3 clean darts at tops to go 3-3, and all of a sudden you miss that chance, and your opponent is only 1 leg away, and you're 3 away. That was, without a doubt, the most important visit of the match. And Boris can see the finishing line and is sprinting towards it
100.
with ton plus scores at will. 100 from Scott, unfortunately for him, is not enough. And Koltzoff is on for another 12 darter.
92.
But he does set up double 16, and it will be for a 5-2 win. And keep Scott in the bottom echelons of today's league. To be on 4 points in second spot in the league, it's Koltzoff for 32.
In 3.
He gets there on double 8, and a 5-2 win for Boris Koltzoff keeps his charge going. And how delightful is his next game against Jason Askew? That will be the main event of the day, you got the feel. But the next game, it's Andy Jenkins keeping his charge going against Mark Webster, who is playing for Pride. getting down to the nitty-gritty part of today's play. And the next couple of games will go a long way to telling us where today's title is going to go. Mark Webster is now up against Andy Jenkins. Mark Webster only has 2 points in the bank for today after a troublesome start, losing his first 3 matches. But a nice rebound for him just after 1 o'clock with a 5-0 victory over Keelan K. So the best Mark can do is to win against Andy here and get 4 points for the day, which would equal what he did on Tuesday.
All best, Mark.
Guys are just about to bull up, and Webster will feel pretty good about this game here, because not only did he right a few wrongs in his last match, but he seems to have the wood on Andy Jenkins a little bit. These guys are good mates, but when it's game on, it's a very different proposition. But they played each other a lot in the last couple of months, and
100.
Mark lately has had the better of the exchanges.
140.
One of those games was last week, of course, and it was a match that Mark had to win in order to be the daily title winner. And he did so handsomely with 164 checkout at the very end of the match.
60.
Andy has
96.
beaten Scott Mitchell today by 5 legs to 2, but then he was put through the ringer against Jason Askew. So if Andy has any chance of winning the title today, he's got to win here.
28.
He may have to win quite handsomely and pray that Boris Koltzoff wins against Jason Askew in the next match.
97.
Of course, Andy doesn't mind Koltzoff winning that one, but it will then boil down to whether Andy himself can beat Koltzoff later on this afternoon at 4:15. That's British Standard Time, of course. We do understand that there are lots of people watching from around the world, and we welcome your company, so thanks for joining us. Webster on 10s for a 17 darter. He continues that trend of playing well against Andy. It was 5-1 on Tuesday.
140.
And if there are 2 people that I have personally met who will take the mick out of each other more than anybody else on tour, it's probably these 2.
100.
It's nothing personal, it's just incredible banter that they have built up over the years.
97.
I think both guys would confirm in saying that it's difficult to play your friends, but part of sport is beating the people that are close to you. It's just part of the job description. It has to be done. As Jenks goes for the 164, somewhat courageously. He'll come back for 25 and try to polish up on his doubles a little bit here.
85.
Against Askew, he had a few misses at doubles, but they weren't by much.
17.
He had misses that were closer than that. Just on the wrong side of the wire. Fortunately, this time, he has a second crack of the whip.
Game in 2.
He gets there with a 17 darter of his own. Jenkins has 3 games remaining, so
Thanks,
we'll have this one here, the game against Koltzoff, and he will finish the session against Keelan K.
140.
Keelan, who has lost both of his games so far, is the only person to not register a point yet. He is most definitely out of today's daily race, but will still give everything he has.
140.
All of a sudden, Andy seems to have found a little bit of Pompey mojo. 2 140s. And he's dragging Mark along with him.
140.
Make that 3. Well, Mark will be thinking another 180 to leave double 12.
137.
Yeah, it's a great switch because the 60 was blocked. But that's a good miss for Andy. Now he has 1 dart at tops.
41.
If Mark takes this out, he'll close out Jenkins, who's only thrown 12 darts in this leg.
27.
Just came out of the hand a little bit early and misses by half an inch north.
Jenkins.
Well, Andy has done that once today already, where he had 2 magnificent guides and drags it underneath and forces,
83.
well, I was just about to say it, forces himself into a bit of a corner. I was just waiting to see what Mark did there, and Mark managed to snag that tops with the 3rd dart. You could hear the exhalation from Andy there. When those patterns
140.
start to occur, where you're missing 3 at double, it grinds on your confidence.
140.
It's okay to forget one mistake that you make, but when you make the same mistake twice
60.
or thrice, it starts to form a bit of a tattoo on your psyche.
139.
Webster's got a bit of pep in his step now after stealing that leg and regaining the lead at 2-1.
140.
And if Mark keeps beating Andy, that'll start grating on him a little bit.
98.
Sensible use of the 18s there from Webster. Now with Andy on 81, just checking. He'll probably go treble 19 now.
137.
To perfection. But if Mark can hit this, this will hurt. Underside of
88.
both big trebles.
Game. 2 darts.
There's the guide, and this time he is able to use it for a very useful 14 darter. It's been a good game so far. Both Koltzoff
57.
and Jason Askew will be warming up now, getting ready for that pivotal game, which you simply cannot miss next time round. Because if Askew wins that match, he will win today. If Koltzoff wins it, then
123.
it's all to play for. And it could be for more than just Boris. If Andy can win this match, he's still in the race.
81.
83.
A 1 dart lead for Andy Jenkins. And just to confirm, when I say a 1 dart lead, I mean by around 60,
140.
which of course is the maximum you can get with 1 dart. Consequently, a lead of say 110 to 140 is a 2 dart lead. This time Webster stays on the 60 when the option for the 19 switch was there, but it was the right play.
130.
But this leg is proving to be key. 16 and bull. It's double 9 with the treble bonus.
18 left.
Now it's Jenks who has the option: treble 11 or 25.
Let's check that. 17 scored, right?
Single 17 scored. That leaves 48.
It's going in 3, yeah?
And there is your 48. To grab the lead at 3-2. Jenkins has turned it around by winning the last couple of legs. Just goes to show that if you have got a shot like 65 and you aren't 100% certain where your dart has landed, you are allowed
40.
to check. But you are not allowed to touch the dart.
81.
If you're in a professional environment, if in doubt, ask the chalker or ask the referee. But in these circumstances, the players are allowed to check, but
59.
if they were to touch the dart while it's in the board, it would be void.
58.
It would be classed as manipulating the dart, which you're not allowed to do.
99.
Has Webster got one last stand in him? There's your answer. He's not going to go without a fight. In his final game of the day,
81.
by no means does Mark Webster, if he was to lose this game, should he hang his head in shame, because I think he's played very well today.
180.
140, 180 to set up 42, but it's out of his hands now. Jenkins does not get the 54.
39.
Webster is back in this. Goes for the double 16 option.
Game 3.
Very well done. Whereas Mark used to always be single 2 tops. Leave tops and 10s at any cost. He's starting as part of this work in progress thing he's got going on. He's starting to look at different parts of the board and trying to find some different game plans by using double 16, by using double 18 a little bit more. And it's something that is not natural to him. I applaud the fact that he's able to adapt.
59.
That ability to adapt has given him the opportunity of getting the lead back, which he had at 2-1. 2-1 40s, and Andy's got what looks like a broken stem potentially. He had a bit of trouble getting the flight back in.
85.
Andy, one of those players who uses the kite-shaped flight, which isn't particularly common these days. Used by the likes of Johnny Clayton.
177.
Famously used by the likes of Mark Walsh.
140.
And Webster. It'll be interesting to see if he goes 12 or 4 here. Well, it's 4 this time.
Game 3.
Now you have a 12 darter from Webster to go to 4-3 up. Great darts. And if Mark Webster is to rediscover his
85.
top form, he will become a bit of a spotter's nightmare. Because we've seen in the last couple of legs, he purposefully left double 16. But in that leg, he purposefully left tops when he had options on both. So maybe he's just trying to widen his arsenal. I can guarantee he's not an Arsenal fan, because whereas Andy is a mad Pompey fan, Mark is an avid Manchester United fan. And when I say avid, I mean with a capital A, a capital V, a capital I, and a capital D. He's fiercely Manchester United.
97.
Honours almost even on the score sheet in this leg.
60.
And now's a chance for Webby to get within striking distance of the match.
100.
A great ton after a first start that shielded most of the 60.
97.
First match winning chance for either player. It's 4. It's tops.
84.
It's just underneath. You fancy that Andy's going to take it to leg 9.
Game in 2.
It is leg 9. And this game deserves it. It's been good from start to almost finish.
83.
But it's a leg that Andy Jenkins needs to win if he has any hope of winning today's title.
140.
That will help. His current leg difference is -1, so a win here would get him back to square.
40.
That means he would need to win his remaining 2 games and hope that other people stutter.
97.
And that's a big stutter considering Jason Askew is on +9.
90.
But it keeps things interesting if Andy was to win this one. And Mark simply doesn't want that to be the case.
99. Well, less.
Well, he's made a huge mistake there, Andy Jenkins, by leaving 165. And when he looks at his score sheet now, he will realise it. He should have gone
60.
to a different part of the board. But has he got away with it?
$65.
Correctly this time goes to the bull to leave the 2 dollar. Is it the bull for Mark?
98.
He's left himself on double 15. But it's 3 darts for 100 for Andy Jenkins to stay in today's race. Tops.
60.
Well, when you get the first one, you fancy the second one. There probably wasn't enough room underneath, and it clipped the flight. And Webster has got a guide for double 15.
Game 3.
He finishes his day on 4 points and eliminates Andy Jenkins from today's race. It was a great game. Probably the best game we'll see today. Or is it? Because the game of today, the most important game of the day, is coming right up. Koltzoff, Askew. We might know today's winner from that one in about 5. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And it does come down to this, potentially, because if Boris Koltzoff cannot beat Jason Askew here, then today's title will go to the second player I mentioned there, who has not been defeated. Mind you, neither has Boris yet. So the equation is pretty simple for Boris. Keep winning and you will win today.
Bullseye.
But this game is tremendously important now that the race for today's title is down to these two players.
All the best, mate. Have a good game.
If their last game on Tuesday is a guide, then maybe
100.
Jason Askew is the favourite, because he won 5-3 that day. However, this is the last game of the day for Jason Askew.
140.
He's been playing for the longest period today. He played the very first game against Mark Webster, who has just finished his campaign with a win over Andy Jenkins. But it is now 5-3. He's been playing for some hours. Does he have one
180.
last great game in him? Well, if the start is anything to go by, you have to say yes.
140.
Boris is up for the fight. If this is what this game is going to be like, you better strap in.
141.
Well, Jason Askew, you might throw 9 darts and lose the leg. Well, Boris has went for the 51, and he's hit the treble too.
85.
So for a 10 darter, the best leg of the day. Still got to get the double eight.
Oh, come on.
Oh, and he's
60.
missed all 3 and offered the chance back to Boris, a chance he didn't expect.
27.
And he does exactly the same back. The scoring from both players was flawless, but the doubling,
Came in one.
we've had misses from both, and luckily for Jason, he gets one more try. It's a breaker throw for Jason, and now all he's got to do to win today is hold. Very simple prospect, you would
60.
think. But darts is a much more fickle animal than that. Since when does our
51.
beloved sport of darts throw up a script that is easy to read?
$180.
Well, Askew has been blistering on the scoring so far, and
93.
is there some scar tissue for Boris Koltzoff, knowing that he should have stolen that first leg away?
140.
And Askew is just maintaining that scoring prowess.
100.
If Askew was to close the deal in this match, then everybody would be playing for second place. Well, it's double 18,
85.
which he will return to in a matter of seconds.
140.
Came in one.
And there you have a 13 darter from Jason Askew to stretch his lead to 2-0. Currently, second spot in the league is in the hands of
60.
Boris Koltzoff, but that by no means is secure. I remember a couple of weeks ago, he was well in the race for the daily title and ended up second last by losing
81.
his last 3 matches.
$59.
And whereas Jason Askew has maintained the scoring ability, Boris has just dropped off. It scores like 60 and 59, which is what he has at the start of
140.
this third leg.
$121.
A good recovery. But Jason has stolen the throw already. Or has he?
34.
He may not have. Boris has got it back via that mistake.
43.
And both players are starting to tighten up a little bit here.
$100.
That's enough to get just over a dart ahead. And Boris is looking to max to leave double 19 and can do that. And I like the logic of Askew there, going for 619s and double 16. I'm a big believer in that way for going
104.
to that finish, but now he needs to watch Boris Koltzoff and hope that he has more trouble on the doubles.
6.
If there is a weakness in the game of Koltzoff, it is that. Too many missed small opportunities, like 38.
Game of 1.
And Askew goes 3-0 ahead, stretching his legs with 2 breaks that throw on the bank. And everybody, all they can do is watch and hope that Jason is going to stop doing this. Well, he doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon, as he pushes his average above 110. Not to be on his 9-darter attempt.
59.
What does Boris have?
$140.
It's a great try. 5 perfect darts out of 6. Jason's looking for 95 plus. And now he has to go back to the 60.
98.
He's the finish, which will be for the game, to go 4-0 up. Look at me getting my head of myself. I still think it's best of 7.
90.
Here's for the 4th leg. But again, going for the treble 19.
45.
Into the 7. And Boris is in a favourable spot here to get himself off the mark.
2.
Which is what he has done. He makes it look so easy sometimes. I suppose that's one of the infuriating things about being a Boris Koltzoff fan, if you're out there, because he has one of those actions that makes it look so easy, and you wonder how he misses.
140.
Both of these players play on the Challenge Tour, and you would think, with the way that they perform more often than not, that they would constantly battle it out for titles
134.
via that as well. I would expect nothing less.
180.
Boris maxes again to leave 111.
140.
And now he has to hit it. Tremendous quality. Again, he goes for the 51 first, which scuppers the chance. First time he hits the 2. Second time he hits the 3. And Askew might need the ball. It's double 5.
Game in 3.
He's got it. It's wonderful. It's a 12-darter and it's 4-1 to Jason Askew. Look at that average. Over 108. Just too good at the minute. And the chances that Koltzoff has had, the
44.
majority of them have gone begging because of quality from Jason Askew. He has had the odd chance
100.
gone begging. For instance, that 111, missing the single number and leaving 108 with 2 darts. Can't afford to be doing that.
96.
So Askew's going to get 4 opportunities to close out today's title.
96.
got to stay aggressive. He's got to stay ruthless to try and get it done as soon as possible. Doesn't want to allow Boris back into the game.
40.
But in this leg, he's handed it
140.
to Boris. Only scoring 180 after 9 darts, which is very un-Jason-like.
140.
But that 2 treble visit does get him back in the leg.
$99.
Boris gets a last dart 60 to save his visit. And to keep his league ambitions alive, he needs
123.
to check this 66.
16 left.
Doesn't manage to do so. And Jason Askew sitting on an easy 2 darter, but it's never easy when it's to seal the deal.
Game in 3.
But he manages to make it look easy. Jason Askew, 5-1 victor over Boris Koltzoff. That seals that. He rubber stamps a perfect day. 10 points out of 10 and a very, very healthy leg difference score as well. Nobody can do nothing about him. So it's all down to second place. We'll come back to that very shortly. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, brought to you by MODUS Sports and Low 6 Bet. Keelan K has had a little bit of a break since his second match, roughly a couple of hours, just to gather his thoughts after 2 defeats out of 2. And he may have needed it after being beaten 5-0 by Mark Webster at lunchtime. Scott Mitchell in a very similar boat, who is now playing his last game of the day. We'll just talk about that in a moment after the guys have bulled up.
25.
They share 25s, so then they reverse who goes first. Standard rules.
25.
Another 25, but on the other side this time for Scott.
Bullseye.
And a bullseye for Keelan to steal the throw in this one.
Beat my friend.
Both of these guys in the south of England, to the west side as well.
125.
Any more west than where Keelan K is, in Cornwall. Very pretty it is too down in Cornwall, if you've never been there.
140.
Having said that, Dorset is not too shabby. And there's only been one win out of both of these guys today.
134.
And that was Mitchell's first game of the day against Mark Webster, which was a 5-1 win. Since then, things have not gone to plan.
180.
But he's looking to finish the day in style. And if he was to win this match by whatever margin,
93.
he will put himself on 4 points and in a better position than that of Mark Webster, who has finished his day on 4 points. If
137.
Scott was to win 5 legs to 4, he would have the same leg difference as Mark, but a better head-to-head record.
133.
And Keelan has only just missed out on that 149 to break Scott's heart in what has been an absolutely blistering first leg. How dare I talk over these guys? Should have been watching that. Just a bit of proof there from Keelan K that he has an immense amount of ability.
100.
I've spoken to Scott this morning about how much he knows about young Keelan, and he rates him very highly.
100.
I think sometimes we put too much pressure on these young stars to be world beaters before the age of 21. Sometimes it's good just to learn season on season and gain experience. And right now, that's exactly what Keelan is doing.
134.
Who knows what kind of player he's going to turn out to be? There are no guarantees, of course, in sport, and we don't know what's around the corner.
81.
The only thing we do know is that Jason Askew has won today with 10 perfect points and a leg difference of plus 13,
125.
which is incredibly healthy. Scott leaves 99 after 12. And Keelan again is on a 140 plus checkout.
90.
And again, he could be denied. Where does Scott go from here? 2 double tops was the shout. But this time Keelan will get, hopefully, 2 at the double.
Really close scored.
And he misses out on the outer ring and offers the opportunity back to Scotty Dog. It's a chance that he takes. And early stages of this one sure that Keelan can score, but 3 missed darts at double have cost him the 2 legs that we've played so far.
58.
Even though Keelan has lost both of his games previous to this, and both legs previous to this one, there has been evidence today that he's just starting to get things together.
100.
And if there's one thing that we've learned from the Icons of Darts Live League in the last month, it's that you should never write anybody off.
137.
Because Mark Webster at one point was seen as one of the more fragile players. And then he comes and gets a daily win last week.
83.
This league can be used to regain your confidence if you can do things the right way.
136.
And that is how you leave 170 from 306. That was picture perfect.
$180.
Speaking of perfect, that was it right there. These guys are serving up a very tasty dish.
125.
Again, massive scoring from Keelan K. And again, he's going to get 2 darts for the leg. He's not under as much pressure this time, but there is some on this.
5 scored.
Yet again, he does the shot at tops, which was way too high, then one that was very close, but not close enough. Can Scott steal on the bull? It wasn't far away. When he threw that dart, I'm sure he thought that was going to pop that little red piece in the middle. And Keelan finally finds his mark on the outer ring to get his first leg of the match. Both averaging a shade over 100. You see that after 3 legs, and you can't believe that these two are near the bottom of the table. But that's the standard we live by.
82.
We've seen performances over the last couple of months where players have averaged well north of 100 and got nowhere near their opponents.
45, 43.
2 occasions for Mike Warburton of Wales, averaging 106 and 110 and losing to averages of 113 and 116.
87.
Keelan still has 2 more games to come after this, one against Boris Koltzoff and the final game of the day against Andy Jenkins. I'm sure those games will
96.
have a very big bearing on who finishes second in the table. Keelan has taken the throw away from Scott Mitchell in this one. And from this position, you would think it will be 2-2. Scoring from Mitchell has just gone down a peg.
97.
But he's still scrapping well. 50 behind here.
40.
Keelan unable to get to a finish. Whilst on 96, he'll be disappointed with that. But Mitchell might stay there for that guide. Well, he did. He might have been caught in 2 minds.
84.
Because you wouldn't expect Scott to miss that 60 by such a margin. He might have been thinking 54.
Game of 3.
But Keelan was thinking 56. And checks the 56. To bring the match back into his control as the averages come down towards the mid-90s.
60.
You may respond to what I was saying earlier about the pressure on young players and say, well, what is the right age for a dart player? How long is a piece of string? That's how I would answer that. We do have one of the greatest players of all
180.
time celebrating his birthday today, and he's 64, and he's still a great player. We had John McGowan of Northern Ireland in
60.
the World Championships back in 2009 at the age of 66. Paul Lim's still playing well into his 60s, but
125.
look at someone like Michael van Gerwen. He was winning World Masters at the age of 17. That's what makes this game so desirable to the audience and to the people who write about it, because
100.
there are so many complexities and differentials in this game that make it so brilliant.
96.
That's good darts from Keelan, who leaves 40 after 12. Another strong scoring leg from him. 201 in front before these from Scott.
180.
Not anymore,
Game in 1.
but it doesn't matter. A 13 darter from Keelan gives him the lead for the first time. And this is the best we've seen Keelan play all day long. That's a bad sign, not just for Scott, but for his next two opponents, if he can keep it going.
180.
Somebody's found their range, and this is great to see. I've talked many times about his proclivity of hitting fives when going for 20s. Well, there hasn't been a great deal of that in this game. It's been a lot straighter.
100.
I was holding my breath a bit there as he hit 4 perfect darts in this leg. I'd be flabbergasted if we don't get another 9 darter this month. The quality and the players are there
100.
to deliver that.
$85.
Good last dart from Keelan, leads 136, 70 ahead of Scott. This is Mitchell's throw, and he's protecting it
138.
with everything he has. A nice leave after 12.
$95.
But the last start of Keelan K has been excellent, predominantly. Now where does Scott go? 20, double 18.
50.
Not able to take it out. And Keelan is 41 away from a 4-2 advantage.
31.
Chance missed. And Mitchell will go straight for double 9. Getting closer.
No score.
When you've got that guide after dart 2, you think all you got to do is glance the flight. Well, he missed it completely.
Game in 3.
Keelan K has done very well to get the 4-2 up. And all he needs now is one more solid leg to get himself his first 2 points of the day. Keelan, at his age, understands
81.
a lot more about the game than we may give him credit for. Because even though he can't win the league today, or indeed, he might not even get second spot, but he likes to play the spoiler. If you still have a chance of something, he likes to deny you that. And I admire that spirit.
96.
A couple of weeks ago, Aaron Monk was on for the perfect day. And his last game of the day against Keelan, Keelan beat him with some excellent darts and denied Aaron Monk the daily title because of that win.
41.
This is what young players do. They don't care for reputation. They don't care what you've won. They just want to play who you are now. Whereas 20 years ago when I was coming into the game, I used to fear players because of their reputation. That has been thrown out the window by the entire young generation.
140.
First to a finish is Keelan K, and he scared a 149 in the first leg. This time it's a 143, and it is for the win.
100.
He was very close to that 51.
87.
But maybe Scott Mitchell deserves this chance at 116 because his last dart in his last visit was absolutely sublime. Just hasn't been Scott's day. He's played a bit better in this one, but Keelan K has brought his A game for the win.
Game in 3.
He gets there. Keelan K gets his first 2 points, and he makes sure that Scott Mitchell cannot get any more than that. It may have been a day where Scott Mitchell has not played his best, but he will return on Saturday to do battle once more. Keelan K has 2 more matches coming up, but stay with us for the next one, which is Boris Koltzoff against Andy Jenkins.
+3.
The guys are just going to have 3 more practice darts, and it's time to bull off in the third last game of the day, where you can see things are a tiny bit more relaxed now because they know, both Boris and Andy, that
outside.
they cannot catch Jason Askew, who at the top of the tree on 10 points is unassailable.
Well,
However, the race for second place begins now. At this point in time,
80.
it is Boris Koltzoff who is in the best spot for second place, as he's only lost 1 of his 3
60.
games so far. That was to the league winner Jason Askew. And his current position of 4
100.
points and a +1 leg difference is better than that of Mark Webster, who has finished the day on 4 points, but with a -2 leg difference score.
20.
So the only people who can deny
60.
Boris Koltzoff's second place are still active. And that is Andy, who is playing right now, and Keelan K, who will play the final 2 games of the session.
41.
1 against either of these guys.
140.
The jolliness and relaxed nature disappears when they say game on. Now it's all about winning. And he doesn't get a shot at the bull for the 1-2-1.
84. 87.
He gets the bull anyway to leave double 17. Boris needs tops. Just checking, he can't see it because the flight's in the way. And he didn't hit double 10
Game in 1.
because the single got in the way. The double 17 got in the way for Andy Jenkins. And it was the right segment. So 1-0 to Rocky. Don't expect this one to be slow. This is their natural pace, and this is what they're comfortable with.
100.
And most of the players you've had today are very quick indeed. Think about how quick Jason Askew throws and
41.
how quick Boris throws, and Keelan K, who's probably the fastest of the lot. And Andy's not slow.
100.
I suppose the only person out of today's field that you could categorise as deliberate would be Scott Mitchell.
60.
Steady stuff from Andy Jenkins. 3 tons to lead 201. Maintaining an average of around 96.
$87.
You might not think that finishing second would mean much to these guys, but it's, as well as the pride, they know that when
137.
they look at the league table a little bit later on tonight, it will make for a little bit of nicer reading
74.
if you can sneak yourself in behind the winner. Jenks misses the chance to go 2-0 up with that 1-1-4.
94.
But he returns for tops,
Game in 2.
and he makes it happen anyway.
$40.
Interesting to get the viewpoint of the players on how
100.
the standard has been the last couple of months, but also the small changes in format as well. Of course, phase 1 of the Icons of Darts Live League was
46.
trying to win the daily titles, of course, but it was all racked up to a weekly table. And if you won a weekly table
60.
throughout the 4 weeks when we started, then you did pretty well. I'm very proud of the fact that I won a weekly title
96.
and did so with a record amount of points.
140.
But now it's all about the daily titles, and there have been titles for both.
100.
And he picked up one last week.
1, 2, 3.
Both guys have also taken part in
99.
the first month of the live league when it was done at night time as well as during the day. It's been streamlined to just during the day now,
In 3.
which works for Boris, just like that 78 checkout. Imagine if you're Boris Koltzoff and you're playing at, say, 10:30 at night, British Standard Time. That's not that time in Russia. It's a little bit later.
43.
2-1 to Andy Jenkins in this one then, first to 5. And that's another thing that has changed back to in the last few days. A lot of the guys got used to best of 9, bit of a sprint format, but now it's best of 9 again, which feels like you've got to embed yourself in the game a bit more. And Boris seems to have lost his energy a little bit after that defeat to Jason Askew last time out, where he was defeated 5-1. Jason didn't just get over the line, he rocketed through it.
100.
Advantage Jenkins here, especially after that first dart.
85.
Only 85 in total after the first dart. That's a bit of a misstep. And he has 121 again,
41.
like he did have in the first leg. But Boris is not able to get anywhere close to him.
87.
And much like last time, he's left double 17 again. And why not leave it? Because the last time he left it, he hit it first dart.
44.
Keep doing this, Andy, and we'll call double 17 the Jenks double. It was in the way,
2.
so he split it. It was the right call. That flight was shielding most of that double. And instead of going inside, he decided to go for 32. Boris not able
39.
to get a shot at double 19.
Oh, Jenks with 16.
And Jenks is very displeased with not being able to negotiate 32 points with 3.
No score, sir.
And he's made a mistake. He thought he had double 16 when in fact he had 16 total. Unbelievable.
Yeah, game in 1.
And he comes back for double 8 and cannot believe his luck. And that is a break of throw, whether you like it or not. If Jenkins was to win this game, that would drag him into the race for second
93.
place. And then the leg difference most definitely comes into play. Because Andy on 2 points right now from 3 games
57.
is on -2. Where he stands after this one
140.
will stipulate what Boris has to do in the next one, or indeed what Keelan K has to do.
125.
It's a bit of a merry-go-round, this second place race between 3 players. And it's going to
83.
fluctuate after every leg. So maybe it's the time to keep things simple and see who wins this and then progress to that argument shortly after. Andy on 185
105.
gets south of 100. Wise move to use the 25 to leave 80.
97.
Boris does close the gap though. Andy to climb the ladder at the tops.
Game. 3 dot.
And there you have it, 4-1. And if he's able to close this out 5-1 or possibly 5-2, then that would put him above Boris Koltzoff in the table. The leg differences would reverse. Jenkins would go
99.
into the positive column and Koltzoff would go into the negative column. And that most definitely brings Keelan K into the race if he can start
43.
grabbing the points like he did against Scott Mitchell just now.
100.
I was talking a little earlier about how Andy Jenkins just makes throwing darts look so easy. Maybe that's the key to his longevity after playing top level darts for the best part of 25 years.
180.
As he leaves 122 for the match.
171.
But he's going to need to hit it after that max on the 19s from Boris.
54.
To save his skin in this game, he needs 19 and bullseye.
25 left.
Not quite. Just comes up short of the red bit. Andy will get a match dart. A double 16.
52.
Just on the inside. Tried to just throw it instead of thinking about it, and it almost paid off.
17.
Boris seems to have fallen off the cart since losing to Jason Askew. And Andy Jenkins needs fours
Game in 2.
for a very big win in the race for second place. Well, Andy is still thriving in that race, as is Boris, but Boris will have to stay on the board and do well against Keelan K, which is coming up very shortly indeed. Welcome back to the Motorsports Icons of Darts Live League. And if Boris Koltzoff, who a couple of games ago was in the running for the top spot after losing his game to Jason Askew and consequently to Andy Jenkins, now has to win this game
25.
if he wants to get second.
Bullseye.
Well, if you don't succeed, try again. If that doesn't happen, try again. The good thing is, as a dart player, you do get 3 darts. And in the bull-off, the dart does have to register for it to count. Somewhat symptomatic of how Boris Koltzoff Day has gone.
58.
Koltzoff on 4 points and a leg difference of -3, courtesy of that 5-1 defeat to Jenkins and, of course, a 5-1 defeat to Jason Askew. So, with Andy Jenkins on +2 and the same amount of points, being 4, if Koltzoff wants second spot in this his last game of the day, he has to win it.
100.
He has to have the same sort of performance that he had against Keelan on Tuesday, which was a 5-1 win. But Keelan
100.
has got a lot to be happy about after his previous game where he won 5-2 against Scott Mitchell. That was a great performance. If he can play like that, he's going to cause Boris all sorts of trouble.
180.
And there you have it. An almost picture perfect 180. One to the left, one to the right, and one down the middle.
Oh, 120.
But the 158 was wired by Koltzoff.
Game in 2.
And all of a sudden, Keelan K is playing properly. Yes, he had to dodge a 158 out there from the Russian, but he comes back to the board and destroys that 44 checkout with ease. Now, if Keelan is to finish second himself,
80.
he will have to win his final 2 games, but it will depend
100.
on how he performs in the middle part of this one, I feel.
134.
It is in Keelan's hands, though. That's the one thing I would tell him right now. You win your final 2 games, you will finish second.
95.
Fortunately for him, he has to play the other 2 people who are in the race. So
180.
it's very simple for him. The difficult aspect is that he has to play 2 very tough opponents.
81.
Not happy with that final dart. But it still depends on what Boris does.
36 left.
Misses 1 dart on the outer ring, like he did in the first leg. Keelan has missed the 25 in bull, so he's not going to get a
67.
leg-winning chance of his own. And Boris should be drawing level.
In 3.
And he does. On that awkward switch for a right-hander from double 18 to double 9. Andy Jenkins, who will feature in our final game of the afternoon against Keelan, will be hoping for this game to be close.
42. Come on.
He would much rather Keelan K wins this game. And that would put 4 people on 4 points. But with 1 game to go, that would put it firmly in the hands of
100.
Andy Jenkins as to who finishes second. If Keelan K was to win this 5-4, for example, that would put Keelan's leg difference at -3 with Andy on +2,
96.
which means Keelan would have to win 5-0 in the final game to win second spot.
100.
Boris favourite to take the lead in leg 3 though, leaving a finish after 12. Tops for 2-1.
40 score.
Just on the outside. I had to check my screen a couple of times there. I thought that might have been in.
140.
That is definitely in for a 140.
In one.
And Boris does not miss double 10 at the second time of asking. Good game so far with averages in the mid-90s.
58.
Boris could have been 3-0 up if he'd have hit that 158 on double 19 in leg 1. But now you have to say it's been an excellent recovery from him. And there's more evidence of it.
174.
Well, what a response from young Keelan. Very intelligent stuff from him.
140.
And all of a sudden, both are starting to leather the big trebles.
64. Rubbish.
Keelan said that was rubbish.
57.
But he has an opportunity once more to gain ground. That's made it really difficult. Now he has to go 25 and bull here.
35.
It's good that he knew where he stood. He still left to finish. No bullseye check out
56.
here for Boris. And Keelan has a poke at the big one.
85.
Halves the score. To leave 85 and the 68 is no gimme.
In 3.
But he made it look like one to stretch his lead to 3-1. And Koltzoff does need a big win here. Wants to get the 6 points. And then we'll hope
60.
that Keelan K dispatches of Andy Jenkins.
57.
You can see the frustration from Boris, who has a lovely smooth throw, but you
46.
have the tightest knit 180 in visit 1, and then followed by a really scratchy 57. Just goes to show that
40.
certain players can make it look easy, but there's a fine line between brilliance and mediocrity in this game,
95.
which makes watching the world beaters out there and the likes of MVG make it more admirable that they can do it on such a regular basis.
56.
MVG, who's been watching a lot of the Icons of Darts Live League whilst fishing in the Netherlands,
96.
perfectly within the rules, of course, and he's been catching some very big fish.
64.
I was just about to say that Koltzoff has caught a 68-pounder there with the 68 checkout, and I think that's pretty close to what Michael Van Gerwen has been looking to catch on the rod.
100.
He's trying to get a lake record or something. But it's double 2 for the Russian. Now double 1.
No score.
And unbelievably, Keelan K has a chance at the 104 to get back within one leg.
Gotta be joking.
Wires it both times. Two really well thrown darts, but neither of them fall into the 54.
56.
You can have a very long career, Keelan. You're going to see that happen more times than you can possibly imagine.
In 2.
Double 2 is there for the Russian. And he's within one of finishing his day, possibly 5 legs to 1, which is the reverse of
85.
his previous 2 games, which he lost by that score. And if he was to win 5-1, that would
100.
finish his day on 6 points, and it would be +1 in his leg difference column,
85.
which would be 1 behind that of Andy Jenkins. So it would be very simple for Andy. All he has to do is beat Keelan K in the very final game to finish second in the table.
180.
Somewhat ironic cry of 180 there from Keelan.
140.
Boris seems to be sprinting towards the line. And he is 81 away from the match.
57.
And this will stop Keelan K's charge towards second spot. Bullseye.
25 left.
Not meant to be on this occasion, but he could return. 17 leaves 77. 2 choices really, 57 or 45 here. Double 10.
In 3.
Oh, what a lovely, lovely recovery. Just when you think he's down and out, he has got himself off the canvas and found a tremendous recovery shot. Kudos to Keelan K.
97.
If Keelan was to finish second in the table from this
97.
position, for me it would be just as impressive as Jason Askew winning today.
140.
Ah, 100.
This game has got a lovely pace about it. Still advantage Boris.
63.
That does not help him, even though he still has a 100 lead. The last thing he wants are darts that aren't registering in the board.
140.
And that one really did clatter into the flights, and just to put salt into the wound, Keelan comes up with a 140.
93.
Good last dart to leave the doable out.
Oh, really? 83.
Keelan devastated that he didn't get a second 60 there to leave himself on double 12. But again, it's not in his hands. But now it is. It's been handed back to him.
52.
It was 94 last time out. This time it's 81. Double 13. Oh, he's done it again. He ain't going without a fight. This boy has got some tenacity. I think the words going
55.
through the mind of Boris Koltzoff right now is just go away. But when an opponent refuses to do that, it can become a bit of a thorn in your side.
$97.
He's playing more consistently at this point than most periods of today, the young man from Cornwall.
58.
Not the only Cornwall, of course. There is a one in Canada.
Oh, 100.
I leave it up to our audience to find out which one is more beautiful. I have a lot of Canadian friends, so I'm not going to say which one. Keelan K only just behind here, but still an opportunity to get to a finish first. 63 leaves 186.
82.
And there's a man, or a young man, who knows his maths on a dartboard, sensibly uses the 19s to get to that finish.
94.
Boris leaves Shanghai 20s.
$59.
This time, Keelan cannot leave something south of 100 in case Boris misses. Well, he didn't move across the oche, and he didn't go bull. I think maybe
35.
he should have chosen either option. The straight shot was going to be too... Oh, there's a blockade in front of that 60. 72 left for Keelan. He leaves
84.
himself on 24. With Boris on 85 for the match.
25 left.
Not quite. A match dart goes. And Keelan for 4-all. Double 3.
Game of 3.
Well, it just won't go away. And Boris Koltzoff cannot shake this boy off. He has got himself off the floor and has been swinging for a few legs. He might have ducked and dived a bit
59.
and dodged a few bullets, but Keelan K wants that second spot, doesn't he?
99.
K wins this leg. It will be a straight shootout with Andy Jenkins for second position.
134.
And Keelan K does not look like he wants to stop.
135.
Good stuff from Boris as well, but the throw now belongs to Keelan K.
140.
This is a tremendous performance from him. It's not done yet, but he's put himself in a fabulous position.
58.
And now he's got 6 starts from 128 to win from 4-1 down.
And 3.
Well. He's still alive. I said that if he was to get second spot today, Keelan K could hold his head very, very high. He has just got himself back from the dead there. And now he's in a shootout with Andy Jenkins for second spot. Don't miss that in the next 10 minutes. welcome back to the final game of Thursday's action in the MODUS Sports Icons of Darts Live League. And it does have a bearing on who will finish second. Whoever wins this match will finish behind
25.
Jason Askew.
25. 25.
Balls on.
And he has now got the start. The permutations are fairly simple when it comes to whoever wants second. Well, based on the result, it has an effect on where
140.
the loser will finish. In a strange twist of fate, if
59.
Keelan K was to win the match, obviously he gets second. But if he was to lose this game 5-3 or by a bigger margin, he would finish fifth,
81.
based on the leg difference and the head-to-head records. If he was to lose 5-4, he would finish fourth, based on a better head-to-head record against Boris Koltzoff. I am positive that is not on his mind, because all he wants to do is continue the way he did from 4-1 down against Boris in the previous game, where
140.
the real Keelan K stood up, finishing that match with a 12 darter and a 128 checkout.
102.
I'm pretty sure that Boris Koltzoff's head is still spinning.
58.
Well, Andy Jenkins' head is not spinning right now, as he leaves 41 after 12,
Okay, in 2.
and he gets it done in 14. Perfect start for Jenks, who has won 2 of his 4 games today. An excellent win
60.
over Scott Mitchell to start his campaign, and then crashing back to earth with a 5-1 defeat to today's champion, and then a narrow loss to Mark Webster, 5 legs to 4, before a
58.
destructive 5-1 win against Boris.
136.
Both players looking for one more win in the bank before we go to Saturday for them. Of course,
100.
tomorrow we have the other cluster of players returning, including myself, Martin Adams, the birthday boy today,
105.
and the other protagonists going at it from 10:30 in the morning until this time tomorrow night.
60.
And he's sneaking that second dart into the 60, and then follows it with the next one as well, playing with a purpose.
99.
And he is the man currently sitting in second spot with the greater leg difference, and doesn't look like relinquishing that anytime soon, as he takes a 2-0 lead, throwing 28 darts for the first 2 legs.
$140.
Is this going to be a vintage performance from the Hampshire great,
96.
former England international, of course, Andy? Current England
140.
youth international, Keelan K. So St George Cross getting plenty of representation in this one. You can see in the
95.
background there, Keelan has one of his dart shirts framed on the wall.
60.
Andy's never really been noted for the shirts that he wears. But lately he's
Oh, come
invested in
on.
a couple of
58.
nice looking shirts. Very smart too. Frustration
65.
from Keelan as Andy leaves a finish after 12 once more.
95.
And he's just been more consistent on the scoring and getting 1 or 2 more trebles per leg to give himself these chances.
Game in 2.
And look at that, another 14 darter from Andy. That's 42 darts for 3 legs. That is tremendous.
57.
100.
Andy putting in his best performance of the day so far. And he'll want to continue in this vein all the way to the very end.
58.
Andy wins this game. He would be only one of 2 players in the positive column in leg difference. Himself and the winner, Jason Askew, who finished with plus 13 today.
$140.
Another consistent leg from Rocky.
85.
He's making it very difficult for Keelan to settle. 161's possible.
97.
But he's on for another 14 darter. Can he keep the trend going? Well, Keelan has got 181 left.
41.
He's somewhat serendipitously left himself a finish.
Game in 2.
And there you have another 14 darter from Andy Jenkins. That average of 107.36 is exactly what a 14 darter looks like. All 4 of them. Tantamount to 14 times 4, which is 56 kids. If you want your children to get good at the 3 times table, get them a dartboard. It's really good for your 2 times table as well, and your subtraction.
85.
It might be wise to start your kids on soft tip darts though.
123.
Those steel tip darts are quite dangerous. Should only be used by professionals and people who are
180.
very, very wise with what they're doing with them.
$100.
Andy is not relenting, and his average will climb if he can check this 143, which is for the game and for second place in the league. In all likelihood, he's going to return.
79.
He does a very good job of leaving. Guess what? A 14 darter. Possibly coming in.
49.
64, and he's done it before. Tops. Well, it's not a 14 darter,
Game in 3.
but it is a 15 darter, and that is some way to finish your day. A monstrous average from Andy Jenkins, well north of 100, and he does get second spot behind Jason Askew. Thank you everybody for joining us today. We've had a fantastic time of it, and I hope you can join us tomorrow from 10:30 for some more action. Have a safe night, everybody around the world, and we will see you guys tomorrow. All the very best.